is for the sake of being alive. Pigs in the forest are also alive. If working is for the sake of working, the apes also work. So Hamka says, "Here I understand it's not enough for human to only have broad knowledge, but should be useful for the community."
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us to embrace and chase. Destined as the pearls of the East Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Siliwangi University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Siliwangi University exists as the oasis of the new age.
More than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by the nation, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south. This independence not is recovery or a gift, but said it's blessed of our heroes. But it doesn't mean the struggle ends. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the baton continues, and Siliwangi University is here, become the place of the best of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Siliwangi University, as the biggest private university in the East Priangan, is committed to developing educated and versed students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Siliwangi University status to be State University by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2014. That spirit never fades. Siliwangi University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Siliwangi University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. As a reputable state university with its achievements in the East Priangan, Siliwangi University has become a place for teaching and learning for students who come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarship from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and diversity. Siliwangi University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, postgraduate programs. 385 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, social and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide a quality and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating students to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competency and skills of the students, Siliwangi University provides adequate facilities, like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship. On a lot of land around 30 hectares, a co-located area, there is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion. To provide quality services, Siliwangi University provides several buses for the students and lecturers round trips. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear future, it is us. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
Saya menyanyi ya Tuhan, memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati nan duka.
Warm greetings to all participants. The webinar will start shortly. Kindly switch on your camera and get ready to follow the session. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity 2025 with the theme Innovative and Multidisciplinary Approaches to Capacity Building, Empowering Communities for a Sustainable Future. Day 1, Friday, 29th of August 2025. Organized by Lembaga Penelitian and Pengabdian Kepada Masyarakat Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, in collaboration with Grand Plus College of Education, Nigeria, American International University, Bangladesh, the Bhopal School of Social Sciences, India, University Science Malaya, Malaysia, Haksizeka University, Kosovo, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia, University of Malacca, Pakistan, and UIN Madura, Indonesia. Supported by Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers. To distinguished participants, my name is Ningsih Yulianti. I'm truly honored to serve as your Mistress of Ceremony for today's special event. First and foremost, let us offer our utmost praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thanks to His blessings and mercy, we are able to gather here and take part in this meaningful occasion without any significant obstacles. May peace and blessings also be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness into the light through his teachings. Now, I would like to welcome and express my gratitude to the Honorable Professor Dr. Engineer Nundang Busairi, MT, IPU Asian Engineer, Director of Universitas Siliwangi, the Honorable Professor Dr. Iis Marwan, SH, MPD, as the Head of Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Kepada Masyarakat Universitas Siliwangi, the Honorable Santiana SS MPD as the General Chief of Committee Sinarosa 2025, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana SEMSE, Professor Dr. Shibani Basudubey, Dr. Abdul Ghafur MPD, Associate Professor Dr. Rabita Muhammad Saleh, and also the distinguished presenters and participants. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the agenda for today's opening ceremony. The activities are as follows. 1. Opening. 2. Singing the national anthem. 3. Report. 4. Welcoming speech. 5. Opening speech. 6. Prayer. 7. Closing. The Honorable Ladies and Gentlemen, the second agenda is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by hymn and march of Universitas Siliwangi. The audience is pleased to check your position.
Jadi penuh ibuku. semangat bergelora, berkibar panji kejayaan, genapkan juang, bersiap sedia, tetaplah di depan, atasi kebodohan, cerdaskan bangsa Indonesia, sejahtera kita semuanya, kuatkan tekad, bijak bermartabat, negara merdeka kan tetap kita jaga. Abdi bakti bagi pertiwi, karya juangku sepanjang hayat. Universitas Siliwangi takkan lelah, takkan pernah menyerah.
All right, dear participants, the next agenda is report presented by the General Chief of Committee Sinarosa 2025, Santiana SSMPD. To Mrs. Santiana, please.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished rectors of Universitas Siliwangi, all vice rectors, the head of the Senate of Universitas Siliwangi, all bureaus, deans of the faculties, directors of graduate program, the honorable head of LPPM and LPMPP Universitas Siliwangi, distinguished keynote speakers, esteemed presenters, respective delegates, our partners, participants, colleagues, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Sampurasun.
Rampes.
First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and guidance, which have enabled us to gather here today in a good health and spirit to participate in Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity, Sinarosa 2025. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor to deliver a brief report on this event. The Sinarosa webinar carries the theme Innovative and Multidisciplinary Approach to Capacity Building, Empowering Community for Sustainable Future. This theme was carefully chosen to emphasize the importance in innovation and collaboration in building stronger, more resilient, and sustainable communities, which is supported by Indonesian Education Self-Care volunteers. Alhamdulillah, the enthusiasm for this event has been remarkable. We are delighted to report that this international webinar is registered by 838 participants coming not only from Indonesia, but also from 11 different countries. These countries include the United Kingdom, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, India, Kosovo, Nigeria, the United States of America, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. The wide participants clearly reflect the relevance of this theme and the global concern for sustainability and community environment. We also express our sincere appreciation to all distinguished keynote speakers. Allow me to mention one by one. The first, Professor Deden Mulyana, SE, MSE from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. Second, Professor Dr. Tariq Khan, MPhil PhD from the Universities of Malacca, Pakistan. Jamil Tamitopes Sulaiman, BEd, MEd, VRCN from Grand Plus College of Education, Nigeria. Dr. Proda Mahbub Ibn Shiraj from American International University, Bangladesh. Assistant Professor Dr. Enkela Darulai from Hasi Zeka University, Kosovo. Associate Professor Dr. Rabita Muhammad Saleh from University Science Malaysia. Professor Dr. Sibani Basu Dubey from the Bhopal School of Social Science, India. Dr. Abdul Ghaffur MPD as the President of Indonesian Education Self-Care Volunteer for UIN Madura, Indonesia, and Dr. Andi Asrimat MPD as the founders of Patola Palalo Foundation from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia, who will be share their expertise and insight as well as to the parallel presenters who are joining this international webinar and community service activity, and all participants who have joining us from the across global. Your presence is really testament to us to share commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration beyond the borders. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to directors of Universitas Siliwangi and the college for the continued support, to the Institute for Research and Community Service Activity, LPPM Universitas Siliwangi Indonesia, for initiating this program, and to the entire community who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. We sincerely hope that this webinar will run smoothly, bring meaningful discussion, and inspire innovative solutions for the future for our communities. Lastly, it is with great respect that I invite the head of Institute for Research and Community Service, LPPM Universitas Siliwangi, to deliver a welcoming speech, and directors of Universitas Siliwangi to officially open this event. May this webinar be fruitful and inspiring experience for everyone involved. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring webinar. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the report, Mrs. Santiana SSMPD. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next agenda, a welcoming speech from Professor Dr. Iis Marwan SHMPD as the head of LPPM, Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Kepada Masyarakat, Universitas Siliwangi. To Professor Dr. Iis, please.
Thanks. Still mute, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Universitas Siliwangi, particularly in the Institute for Research and Community Service, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity, Sinarosa. Today, we gather with a shared vision to explore innovative and multidisciplinary approach to capacity building and to strengthen our collective effort in empowering community for sustainable future. This happened on not only a platform for academic discussion, but also a meaningful arena to break ideas, share experience, and create collaborative network that transcend discipline and border. By bringing together scholar, practitioner, and community leader, we aspire to transform sharing into opportunity and connect into impactful action. We believe that the theme of this webinar reflects a crucial commitment that sustainable cannot be achieved without empowering the people at the heart of our communities. Capacity building when operates innovative and inclusive, because that key to further decentralized, independent, and long-term development. I would like to express my deep gratitude to our discussion keynote speaker for this link. Willing to share their insight. There are Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana, SA MSc from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Tarikan, Mr. Phil, PhD from the University of Malacca, Pakistan. Jamil Tomet Sulaiman, BD MED TRCN from Grand Plus College of Education, Nigeria. Dr. Prodhan Mahbud Ibnu Syarat from American International University, Bangladesh. Assistant Professor Dr. Enkeleda Lulad from Haksi JK University, Kosovo. Associate Professor Dr. Rabeta Muhammad Professor Dr. Syabi Basu Dubey from the Bhopal School of Social Science, India. Dr. Abdul Ghafur MPD as President of Indonesia Education Share to Care Volunteer from UIN Madura, Indonesia. And Dr. Andi Asipan MPD as founder from Patlalo Operation from Universitas Negeri Makassar, Indonesia. Also to all presenters and participants for their and commitment, and to the organizing committee from their hard work in making this event possible. This webinar inspires you all, spark new collaboration and contribute to the advancement of knowledge and community improvement, and not only in Indonesia but also in the global network. Thank you, and I wish you fruit and relevant discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the warm welcoming speech, Professor Dr. Iis Marwan, SHMPD. The next agenda is opening speech by Professor Dr. Engineer Nundang Busairi, MTIPU Asian Engineer, as Director of Universitas Siliwangi. To Professor Nundang, time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you for MC, Ningsi Yulianti. Distinguished keynote speakers, respected presenter and delegates, our partner, participant, college, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His constant blessing. Salutation is to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who taught us love and wisdom and gave us guidance in your everyday lives. It is an honor and a privilege for me as a rector of Universitas Siliwangi to extend my warmest greetings to all of you at this significant event. It is with great pleasure and deep appreciation that I, on behalf of Universitas Siliwangi, warmly welcome you to the Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity, or Sinarosa. Today's event, organized by our Institute of Research and Community Service, or LPPM Universitas Siliwangi, reflects our strong commitment to advance knowledge, strengthening collaboration, and empowering communities through education, innovation, and service. The theme of this webinar, Innovative and Multidisciplinary Approach to Capacity Building, Empowering Community for a Sustainable Future, resonates with the challenges and opportunity of our time as we face global issues such as environmental change, social inequality, and economic transformation. It is our responsibility as academic researchers and community leaders to find sustainable solutions. This requires innovation, collaboration across discipline, and the spirit of empowerment that begins at the community level. I truly believe their truly discussion will not only enrich our understanding, but also provide actionable insight that can be implemented in various contexts. the presence of our 9 esteemed keynote speakers, presenter, and participants from different backgrounds assures us that this webinar will be a meaningful exchange of ideas and catalyst for future partnership. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the keynote speakers who have kindly accepted our invitation or to the participants for their enthusiasm and to organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in preparing this international webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. With great hope and optimism for the success of the event, I hereby declare the Siliwangi International Webinar and Community Service Activity or Sinarosa officially open. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May this webinar bring inspiration, collaboration, and real contribute toward building stronger and more sustainable community. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for the speech and officially opening the webinar, Professor Dr. Engineer Nundang Wusairi, MT IPU Asian Engineer. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is prayer. Let us now take a brief moment of silence to reflect, offer prayers, or send our positive thoughts in our own way, wishing for a successful and insightful session ahead. You may begin. Thank you. Dear participants, before we go to our main agenda, we would like to have a photo session. Please turn on your camera and get ready to take a picture. Since we don't know what slide we are in, please keep your pose. Show your best smile to the camera. The committee, please help us to take the screenshots. All right, so let's start with the first slide. Right. Everyone smile. 1, 2, 3. All right, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Right. The third slide. 1, 2, 3. Right. The fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. Right. The next one. 1, 2, 3. All right, seems like that's all for the slides. Thank you very much to all of the participants, presenters, and the distinguished guests for turning on your camera and showing your best smile. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity 2025 with the theme, Innovative and Multidisciplinary Approaches to Capacity Building, Empowering Communities for a Sustainable Future.
share the knowledge, we share the care, to build a world that's strong and fair. From every land, hand in hand, we rise to serve, we understand. With hearts that bloom like a rose, together hope and love we chose. Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity. Light the way, spreading wisdom every day. Truth and beauty hand in hand, growing kindness through the land. Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity. Light the way, spreading wisdom every day. Truth and beauty hand in hand, growing kindness through the land. Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity. Light the way, spreading wisdom every day. Truth and beauty hand in hand, growing kindness through the land. With every step, we give and grow. Through service, let our passion show. The roots of Siliwangi shine, with purpose, vision so divine. Together we inspire the change, across the world, across the range. Knowledge, care, and unity, creating brighter destiny. Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity. Light the way, spreading wisdom every day. Truth and beauty hand in hand, growing kindness through the land. Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity. Global voices, one strong call, serving people, reaching all. Sinarosa, we believe in a world we can achieve. Sinarosa, shining the world with service and love.
All right. Dear honorable participants, we have now arrived at the main agenda of today's event, the presentation sessions. We are honored to have 4 outstanding keynote speakers and 8 presenters joining us today. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana, SEMSE from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. It appears that he is already with us. It is truly an honor to have you here, sir. And this session will be led by our moderator, Fardila Martina Harris. To Miss Fardila, the Zoom floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, Miss Nancy. But first, I would like to ask, is my voice clear and audible?
Yes, it's audible.
I would like to
Right.
introduce-
I'm sorry, Miss Fardila, your voice is not audible.
Let's have a moment. Is my voice now clear and audible?
Yes, it's loud now.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications. I would like to start from the first. All right, I warmly welcome to the audience. Thank you very, very much for preparing yourself to join our webinar today. With great honor, welcome to the audience. And would like to introduce myself. My name is Fardila Martina Harris. I am from University of Siliwangi, and as the moderator for the first keynote speaker of our presentations today. But before it, I would like to bring up the inform of the explaining the rules. Ladies and gentlemen, before we are starting the presentations, I would like to inform how this presentation will be going on. Firstly, the keynote speaker will have a maximum of 10 minutes for the presentations, followed by 5 minutes for the Q&A sessions. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, Q&A sessions will be done after the keynote speaker's presentations. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or directly deliver the question by raising virtually, and I, as the moderator, will deliver the question directly. And fourth, every audience member is supposed to mute the microphone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first keynote speaker for today's session is Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana, SEMSE from University of Siliwangi, Indonesia. All right, Now it's my great pleasure to read the personal data of your keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Professor, I would like to read your CV first, then I would like to let you to deliver your presentation. Here is the CV from Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana. For the education background, he is recently getting the Bachelor of Economy at University of Siliwangi, Indonesia, and a Master of Science at University of Pajajaran, Indonesia. And then for the Doctor of Economic in University of Pajajaran, Indonesia. For the work experience, he is also working as the head of Universitas Siliwangi Senap from 2022 until present, and then as the lecturer of the Faculty of Economy of University of Siliwangi in 1987 until present. And then for the training and seminar, we have several. It is as a presenter and participant of Asia International Conference of University Technology Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur campus, and also as a leadership development program for a higher education leader in Yogyakarta. For the publications, as you can see here, he's also having a several publications such as cost management disposing to the contemporary business environment, and then the influence of the asset allocation policy security selections on the performance of equity, and last one is building customer trust through experience on the healthcare industry advanced science lecture. Okay. That was a very, very wonderful CV from Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana. Here, without any further ado, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker with entitled the I would like to invite Dr. Deden Mulyana to present their presentation. Please, time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fadila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, the Honorable Rector of Siliwangi University, the Honorable Head of LPPM Siliwangi University, respected Chairman of the Sinarosa Committee and his sub, the Honorable all speakers, keynote speakers, distinguished guests, fellow academics, practitioners, and all participants joining us today. It's such a pleasure to be with you today at this webinar hosted by LPPM Siliwangi University. I'm truly honored to join this distinguished groups of scholars, practitioners, and community leaders. Our title, I would like to share screen, yes. Okay, our title, A Financial Management Perspective on Capacity Building, Empowering Communities for Sustainable Future. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that capacity building is not just about skills. It's about creating the system, the resources, and the mindset for lasting change. From a financial management perspective, this means making sure that every currency, every resources, and every decision is aligned with a long-term vision. It means building financial resilience, fostering transparency, and ensuring that investment lead to real and measurable impact for communities. Today, I'd like to share some ideas on how sound financial management can act as a catalyst for community empowerment, how to can help us mobilize resources, strengthen local institutions, and create opportunity that endure. Ladies and gentlemen, for introduction, so the relationship between managing finance and building communities, strength is fundamental in creating long-lasting future for communities. When done well, financial management lets local organizations use their resources effectively, nurturing environment that encourage growth and the ability to bounce back from difficulties. As Dial Foundation find out, using the sustainable livelihood approach help communities identify their available resources such as people skills and community support, which then makes it easier to create development plans tailored to their needs. Such methods are crucial in enabling communities to maximize their unique strength, leveraging local knowledge in conjunction with well-planned financial strategies that foster independence and self-reliance. This vital approach not only improves people's financial situation, but also lay the groundwork for progress together, aligning with a wider goal for sustainable development and strengthening community resistance to outside economic pressures. In addition, projects such as the Women and Youth Development Fund show the high potential of a carefully planned financial support in tackling unemployment and poverty, particularly among more vulnerable groups. As demonstrated in Tasmania, this fund model helped women and young people by providing them with access to loan and essential financial education, which ultimately leads to lasting economic involvement. Setting up financial system aimed at these groups encourage a spirit of entrepreneurship and innovation, which is essential in the fight against poverty that is deeply rooted in the system. Research suggests that combining startup funding, training in financial skills, and capacity building greatly improves effort to reduce poverty within a community, highlighting the importance of an inclusive financial management strategy. By including such a practice in the fabric of society, communities can boost their economic resilience and make a significant contribution to sustainable development. Looking at this different viewpoint on financial management, it's become clear that moving toward a post-capitalized way to thinking can be very helpful for empowering communities and making them more sustainable. Capitalism has been the dominant system for a long time. It often fails to deal with important social justice issues and fair resources distribution. By rethinking traditional economic ideas, communities can consider alternative ways of organizing themselves that put sustainability and shared well-being first. Post-capitalized project focus on the relationship between land, capital, and labor, providing a framework for communities to navigate the difficulties of modern economic challenges. By taking local prefigurative action, communities can rebuild their socio-economic landscape and imagine a positive future based on sustainable practices. Ultimately, a perspective on financial management that embraces this transformative approach can act as catalyst for notable improvement in community capacity and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, A definition of capacity building, an understanding of capacity buildings, crucial, especially when we are talking community empowerment and crucially sustainable future. Essentially, it's about process designed to boost the abilities, the skills, and the overall resources of individuals and, of course, the community they belong to. This in turn solve foster self-sufficiency and proper resilience. Now, if we view this all through a financial management lens, investing in such capacity building isn't just about seeking boxes on immediately development needs. Crucially, it's also equips communities to actually navigate and respond effectively to the inevitable future challenges that come their way. This dual benefit is particularly relevant, shall we say, in the face of worldwide crisis that inevitably hit economic stability and that so important social equity. Take the energy crisis, for instance. It has in effect amplified calls for robust community capacities that can adapt to those ever-shifting economic landscape. As such, capacity building really shouldn't be considered an isolated intervention, but rather, let's say, continuous process that is fundamental achieving real long-term sustainability. In light of this important point, the very definition of capacity building must also, by necessity, encompasses the multifaceted nature of social and institutional framework in which communities function. This requires a comprehensive approach, one that integrates a diverse range of perspective. This is turn allow communities to fully leverage their particular strength while at the same time tackling their specific challenges. The global waste management outlook elucidated this well enough, providing key insight into how effective waste management relies on engaged community that importantly possess the knowledge and the skills to manage their resources sustainably. Such framework highlight those intricate connections that exist between individual capabilities and broader collective community outcomes. The integration of solid social insight into decision-making process is essential, especially in projects centered on sustainability, leadership, and naturally community engagement. Research in most cases indicate that building transdisciplinary partnerships can significantly enhance the overall efficacy of capacity building effort, promoting a more inclusive approach, one that respects, in particular, local value and governance structures. By properly addressing the impact on individuals and aligning community behaviors with sustainability goals, initiatives can better articulate the unannual significance of capacity building as a means to effectively address those associated grand challenges. The real definition of capacity building present mere skill acquisition, encompassing instead the broader objectives of fostering social cohesion, critical environmental stewardship, and crucial economic resilience, ultimately contributing to the creation of those all-important sustainable futures. Ladies and gentlemen, so importance of financial management in capacity building. integrating sound financial management practices into capacity building initiative is vital for sustainable development as it equips communities with the wherewithal to foster economic growth and resilience. However, without proper financial oversight and strategy, even programs with the best intention risk failure, leading to waste resources and disappointment among those they aim to help. Consider, for example, the Women and Youth Development Fund in Tasmania, which has successfully tackled economic barriers by providing targeted financial support and capacity building initiatives. This fund not only offers startup capital, but also emphasizes financial literacy and business skills, thereby fostering sustainable entrepreneurial ecosystem among young people and women. Research suggests this, operator, I think it's slide shrink. So, thanks, slide screen.
Start your screen.
Sorry, everybody.
It's okay, sir. It is visible right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we're talking about the importance of financial management in capacity building in rapidly urbanizing areas, the complexities of financial management become particularly evident, especially as local government strive to implement inclusive sanitation and infrastructure programs. And building on the concept of intergenerational equity, financial management acts as a vehicle through which socially and economically marginalized groups can actively participate in saving their futures. Recent reports have underscored how gender, age, and socio-economic status intersect, influencing access to resources and opportunities for this region. Financial management planning that accommodate diverse demographics is essential for effective capacity building. Equipping all community members with a financial skill can foster inclusive participation in the local governance and development initiative, thereby promoting gender transformative change. So, therefore, embedding sound financial management practice into a capacity building approach is crucial for facilitating equitable development and ensuring that all voices are represented in the sustainability dialogue. And next, the role of financial management in capacity building. The sustainable development of communities is notably shaped by the interplay between financial management and capacity building. Communities can successfully navigate the complexities of ecotourism by embracing sound financial practices. This enables them to profit economically while preserving their natural resources. So, furthermore, the emphasis on synergy between stakeholders in regional development planning highlights the importance of collaborative financial management. Studies examining homestay-based tourism villages revealed that effective financial management, when coupled with strategic stakeholder integration, can sustainably improve communities' environment, service quality, and overall economic performance. By nurturing a collaborative approach, communities can leverage resources more efficiently and establish a framework that promote a sustainable tourism model. Generally speaking, this synergy facilitates the alignment of financial strategies with community aspiration and environmental consideration, integrating stakeholder engagement into financial management practices. This emerges as a crucial component of capacity building, with a significant implication for the sustainability of tourism initiative and community welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, seemingly, these initiatives not only improves access to essential resources, but also promote transparency and accountability, thereby fostering public trust. Consequently, financial management in this context extends beyond merely economic transaction, acting as a catalyst for environment and sustainable development. Moreover, the impact of training programs aimed at enhancing women financial literacy within indigenous community exemplifies the transformative power of targeted financial education in building capacity, generally leading to long-term social and economic sustainability. And the next, financial literacy as a foundation for empowerment. Community empowerment, generally speaking, largely depend on improving financial literacy as it provides individuals with vital skill for navigating somewhat intricate economic environment. This underpins sustained participation in the financial activities, fostering informed decision-making that leads to improved economic results. As an example, a community initiative aimed to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Indonesia successfully increased financial inclusivity by delivering digital financial literacy workshops specifically tailored for local businesses. Participants saw impressive gains in necessary skills, with 75% reporting improved proficiency in financial tools and successful acquisition of funding through the government scheme. Such evidence underscores, in most cases, the transformative potential of financial literacy, not only to foster sustainable growth, but also to empower communities to assert their economic independence and resilience when facing evolving challenges. Moreover, financial literacy instills a sense of agency, enabling individuals to manage their resources prudently while implementing long-term planning that align with their goals. Through structured intervention focused on financial record keeping and pricing strategies, participants saw an average improvement of 26% in financial literacy indicator after training. This growth show that educated communities and generate innovative solutions to promote sustainable practices, resulting in both economic and environmental benefits. By intertwining financial education with local entrepreneurial initiative, communities can cultivate resilience and adaptability amid external pressure, which reinforces the argument for prioritizing financial literacy in capacity building strategies. Additionally, addressing gap in financial literacy is crucial, important for enhancing the overall resilience of communities against systematic vulnerabilities, such as climate change and economic instability. The dialogue hosted by the Social Protection and Health Division underscored this need by emphasizing adaptive social protection systems that are informed by financial literacy. Financial exemplified how effective financial strategies could be integrated within broader social protection paradigm to shield vulnerable population for adverse impacts. As over 78 million people in Latin America and the Caribbean face greater risk from socioeconomic disruption. Fostering financial literacy is not simply desirable, but is essential for community empowerment. A robust framework for financial education can facilitate the development of adaptive capabilities that driving sustainable future that benefit both individuals and the communities at large. And the next, budgeting and resources allocation strategies. Budgeting effectively serve as a cornerstone for sound financial stewardship in capacity building projects aimed at community empowerment for more sustainable futures. When budgeting is implemented with strategic intent, it provides basic for matching resources with community priorities, thereby addressing need on a local scale. This is key to encouraging economic growth and making certain that initiatives meant to lessen the effect of climate change remain sustainable, as demonstrated by example of effective public investment management practices outlined. Apart from budgeting, effective resource allocation techniques are essential for maximizing the impact of financial management projects. Allocating resources successfully calls for evaluating both the community's present needs and its long-term goals, which detailed financial analysis can support by providing the tools and technology. Sustainability focus criteria are adopted to prioritize resources. This allows decision makers to choose projects that have substantial environmental, social, and economic advantage. Public investment are not only aligned with the larger goal of sustainable development because of this forward-thinking strategy, but the interests of various stakeholders are also taken into account. For example, incorporating climate risk into resource allocation decision ensure that funding is directed toward resilient solution. Thus, prototyping communities against the uncertainties of environmental change, as illustrated in recent evaluation of international cooperation programs. Continuous assessment and refinement of budgeting and resource allocation strategies are ultimately required to have a long-lasting effect on capacity building activities. Recent academic conference have stated that ongoing programs evaluation ensure that financial management keeps up with shifting community needs and environmental realities. And the next, financial sustainability and community resilience. The intercases of keeping communities financially afloat are naturally connected to their capacity to bounce back when things go wrong. A solid financial structure lets communities weather economic storms and push forward with sustainable development projects. Take for example, participatory methods seen in watershed development scheme in rural India. This empower locals through self-help groups. Such initiative easy access to fund and boost financial know-how among women, which in turn fuel economic advancement, and community bonds. Yet, achieving long-term financial stability requires a fundamental reshaping of existing obstacles, especially the rooted general bias and insufficient institutional backing. To get the most out of these programs, we need to push for policies that acknowledge gender difference, policies that can truly unlock the hidden potential within the communities, bolstering fair involvement and furthering the broad aims of sustainability. Furthermore, adaptive management is an essential framework for improving both financial stability and how well communities cope. Static management models of the past often struggle when faced with the ever-changing challenges posed by economic instability, demanding a move toward more adaptable step-by-step approach. This idea stresses the crucial qualities of being able to adapt and respond swiftly, enabling communities to manage resource efficiently and put sustainable initiatives into action. By weaving adaptive management principle into how communities are run, local folk can gain a better understanding of their unique circumstance, test out innovative ideas, and fine-tune their approaches based on real-time feedback. Shifting from inflexible management to adaptive strategies not only build resilience, but also depends the involvement of community stakeholders in a sustainable development, leading to a more inclusive model of governance. Community-run conservation projects show the powerful overlap between financial sustainability and resilience across different ecosystems, evident from various projects in the Asia-Pacific region, highlighting how local communities have successfully used their knowledge of the environment for effective resources management and ecological restoration. And then case studies of successful capacity building initiative. A successful capacity building initiative can be showcases through several methods that lend forward to communities seeking sustainable futures, integrating social determinant into health strategies has proved transformative, mainly for marginalized groups. By tackling structural factors that keep disadvantage going, these initiatives show the link between social justice and community health. High-quality evidence point to preventive strategies that lessen mental health differences, promoting inclusive policies for resilience and well-being among those at risk. This effort highlights the need for financial management to put resources into these initiatives, creating an environment for communal growth and better mental health in line with. Financial management in capacity building is also relevant to pediatric cardiac care in India. More congenital heart disease mean a greater need for healthcare intervention. However, the financial strain on families wanting treatment show a gap in equity and accessibility. Case studies show how public schemes such as Ayuman Bharat Vadan Mantri Jan Aroga, Yojana, abbreviated ABPMJAY, are vital for expanding coverage to families that need it. Also, collaboration between the government, private sectors, and NGOs has improved accessibility while facing systematic challenges. By improving funding and streamlining operational costs, this initiative easy financial pressure on families and boosts social equity in healthcare, which is essential for sustainable community health outcomes. Furthermore, how? Well, a regulatory framework against environmental threat is clear in initiative around the world. Countries are adopting different regulatory strategies, like good regulatory practices and international cooperation to create comprehensive policies for environmental sustainability. The focus on agile and risk-based approach show a change in government that value adaptive management while making sure all policies still work toward environmental goal. The need for inclusive and outcome-based strategies is seen in various jurisdictions, offering a roadmap for governments striving to meet environment challenges. This approach boosts regulatory efficacy and support financial management that safeguard our environment. And driven financial program. Evaluating community-led financial scheme demand acknowledgement of their central part in nurturing local economic staying power and long-term viability. Improving financial understanding, marshalling resources, and developing governing structures that ease poverty. This scheme gives power to communities. However, the effectiveness of such scheme often relies upon their ability to negative structural obstacles, notably attaining financial self-sufficiency and building the skills of local leaders. Such a two-pronged approach amplifies not only individual but community capabilities, generally speaking, with also giving initiative attempt to local requirement and priorities. Furthermore, community-driven financial scheme play a critical part in integrating climate reducing measures within the local economy. Climate change impact the agricultural sector. Agricultural advisory services are progressively critical in disseminating knowledge and promoting adaptive approach. This scheme equip farmers with tools to employ climate conscious farming methods, thus boosting their ability to withstand environmental change. It is worth pointing out that the interplay between economic empowerment and ecological sustainability promotes a comprehensive road to community development, vital for establishing durable livelihood. Partnership reinforced between local stakeholders, governmental bodies, and NGOs can also enhance this scheme resilience, warranting that financial resources are employed effectively in supporting sustainable agricultural practices. Moreover, analysis of community-driven financial schemes underscores the importance of robust framework for monitoring and assessing impact and accountability. Effective governance, together with management strategies that can adapt, enable communities to respond proactively to emerging challenges, thus enhancing the efficacy of poverty reduction effort. Programs can be continually improved to suit changing requirements by utilizing technology for real-time data gathering and community input. The move toward inclusivity in the financial planning and how resources are allocated to strengthen community unity as well as empowers participants. In light of this well-rounded strategy contribute to advancing capacity building goals by ensuring equitable access to the tool and opportunity needed for viable development. As such, it is evident that fostering an well-informed community is critical to financial programs aimed at achieving sustainable future over the long haul. And the next impact of microfinance and local economics. The influence of microfinance and reshaping local economics form a vital subject of inquiry, particularly when considering the development of capacity for sustainable futures. Microfinance, by furnishing individuals with access to financial service, enable investment in small business or agriculture endeavors, thereby fostering self-reliance. Such enablement can generate beneficial economic knock-on effect. Since these micro enterprises frequently generate employment and invigorate local market, this microeconomic activity corresponds effectively with the requirement to devise innovative solution for acute problem, such as agricultural productivity, which has counter difficulties due to diminishing cultivation areas as a result of demographic pressure and ecological constraints. In addition, by grasping the difficulties encountered by small producers, such as access to resources and market instability, integrated microfinance scheme can effectively diminish risk and improve the profitability of local enterprises. Microfinance, acting as a lever for social transformation within communities, is integral to the sustainable development agenda. Unlike conventional banking system, which often include marginalized population, microfinance institutions specifically aim to integrate these individuals into the financial system, facilitating the entry to market-based economies. This carries substantial implication for both economic equality and poverty reduction, as indicated by Responder General et al. 2024. Agricultural risk management is far more important for farmers. Consequently, effective microfinance solution that incorporates training on risk management tools become essential. By providing farmers with not only financial resources, but also the requisite knowledge to navigate under uncertainties, microfinance cultivates resilient local economics capable of adapting to the challenges presented by both climate change and economic variation. So microfinance also serves to catalyze community-led development, since borrowers frequently reinvest profit locally, consequently reinforcing both social cohesion and economic stability. The emergence of cooperative models and community support network underscores the importance of collaborative endeavors in addressing shared difficulties. So studies by Jorge Garcia Mercado et al. 2024 observes that developing risk management competencies and business insights among small-scale farmer is vital for their success sustainability. This implies that microfinance function not merely as a financial instrument, but additionally as platform for both knowledge exchange and resources sharing. Ultimately, the convergence of microfinancial community empowerment and capacity building emerge as central in establishing resilient local economics capable of sustainable thriving within an increasingly intricate world. Okay. The next, lesson learned from international capacity building. Lesson learned from international capacity building projects. A key takeaway from international capacity building ventures is a vital importance of involving local people and ensuring they take ownership. When communities are active participants in both the design and execution of projects, the chance of this project lasting are far greater. Take, for instance, the Challenges Initiative, which I use a coaching system emphasizing local government leadership right from the start. This in turn boosts the
It's a friendly
sustainability
reminder
of.
that your time is approximately 5 minutes left. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, Ms. Fadila. By developing the ability of local council to run their programs, TCI saw how this fast coaching approach not only builds capacity right away, but also makes sure they are self-sufficient in the long run. This strategy empowerment encourages a stronger sense of responsibility and investment from community members, thus finding the central aims of such initiative, ensuring positive change and self-led development. Furthermore, incorporating traditional knowledge alongside innovative solution has become an important focus in capacity building. The development of market knowledge city, for instance, demonstrates how combining ancient wisdom with modern technologies can create sustainable urban setting, especially in rural areas. This approach is directly in line with Sustainable Development Goals 11, which promotes inclusive, safe, and resilient communities. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, due to time constraints, I think that's enough for now. And thank you very much for your attention. I apologize if there is something you don't like. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Dadan Mulyana, for preparing your presentations about a financial management perspective on capacity building, empowering communities for sustainable future. That was very interesting topic that we got, and I do really sadly to inform that the presentation has run out, but we still have a little time to do a Q&A session. Maybe perhaps if there is someone that wanted to ask a question, I would like to open for probably perhaps one or two questions. So if you may have any question, you are in, if you wanted to ask a question that interested in speaking directly, you can raise your hand, or if you do not, you can type your question in the chat box. So please, if you have any questions, please address it directly. And I would like to read the question, please. Okay, since probably the audience still hasn't have the question yet, I would like to restate the question from for you, Mr. Professor Dr. Deden. This kind of interesting topic for me that it feels that the financial management perspective is not just about investment in capacity building, but it's also just like essential strategy to um empowering the communities to take control in the future. So I would like to ask a simple question, maybe one question, sir,
Okay.
if you could possibly. So that I've been interested within the strengthen the financial literacy, that research management, to would be able like to sustain the development effort for our future. So my questions is um, what is actually the true, effectively way to have a good financial management that could be possibly uh, the major effort to have the brighter future, sir, for the sustainability. You get the question, sir?
Okay, thank you very much for your question.
Okay,
Uh,
sure.
so if the reality is for the capacity building, especially for empowering community. So the key of the financial is financial literacy and digital literacy is very important for the communities. Okay, and also manage the finance or resources or all the resources in the uh, field. Yes, is very important if communities learn about the digital literacy and financial digital literacy especially, and also very important. And then government policy is very important too for make easier to follow, yes, with communities or maybe something like university and NGOs and other leaders of community services is very important. Yes, I think that the reality is like that. Yes. So
Okay.
besides that, it's still more of the strategies or models of financial. Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
I can conclude that actually there's a lot of
Okay. Thank
strategy.
you.
There's a lot of strategy. One of the things is kind of important. It is to maintain our to sustainability. So our people, it is need to learning about the financial literacy and also the digital literacy. That was the major
Okay.
effect
Thank
of our
you.
future. So, sir, that was very, very interesting topic for a presentation today. And I really, really would like to say thank you very much for the Professor Dr. Dadan Mulyana at the SAMSE for such interesting topic. Now, I would like to deliver the great token of appreciation for Professor Dr. Dadan Mulyana with the title Eventually Management Perspective on Capacity Building, Empowering Communities for Sustainable Future. Please.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Dadan.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Once again, I would like to say thank you for the audience too. That is really interesting topic. Hopefully, it could be really giving our new insight for our community and society. All right. Once again, thank you. And I would like to return back to the MC, please. Ms. Ning, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation, Professor Dr. Deden Mulyana, SEMSE. And also thank you, Ms. Fardila, as the moderator for guiding the wonderful presentation and question and answer session. Dear participants, now we are going to the next amazing keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Shibani Basudubey. We are truly honored to have her with us today. And the moderator for this session is Fajar Salam. So to Mr. Fajar, you may take over the session.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Nisi. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished keynote speakers, respected committee, honorable presenters, and all participants of Sinarosa 2025. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fajar Salam from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, and it is my first time appearing today as you as moderator. I'm truly honored to guide you through this keynote session. Okay, so before starting the presentation, allow me to kindly remind you of the rules. Okay, first, the keynote speaker will have a maximum of 30 minutes for the presentation, followed by 15 minutes for the question and answer session. Okay, the second one, the Q&A session will be conducted right after the presentation. Okay, next, participants may drop questions in the chat box or directly ask by raising their hand virtually. And also, I will read the question or mention the participant virtually. Okay, the last one, please mute your microphone during the presentation. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Shibani Basudubey from the Bhopal School of Social Sciences, India. She is a professor of English with over 2 decades of teaching and research experience. Okay, and also she earned her MPhil in 2002 and PhD in English Literature in 2009 from Rani Durgawati Vishwavidyalaya, Jabalpur. Okay, and next, since the year 2000, she has been teaching English and has guided numerous MPhil and PhD dissertations. She has received international awards, including the International Academic Shipper's Award 2022 and the International Education Award 2020. Okay, and for her contribution in English language and literature teaching. Okay, her recent publications include English Language Teaching, A Humanistic Approach 2023, Building Psychological Well-Being Through Story Reading and Literature Undergraduates 2023, and Meta-Analysis Teachers' Perception on Digital Education 2022. Okay, that's a truly remarkable profile of our keynote speaker today. Okay, without any further ado, let's us invite our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Shibani Basudubey, to present her topic, multidisciplinary and sustainable strategies for teaching English. Okay, good morning from Indonesia, ma'am.
From India and warm namaste to all the organizers. Is my voice
So
clear?
it is a great honor to have you here. So the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Fazil Salam, for introducing me in such a wonderful manner. being a professor of English, I will try to brainstorm on certain strategies for effective English language teaching practices. It's a great honor to be present here at Sinarosa 2025. And believe me, the ground which you are providing to the young researchers and the topic which you have chosen for today's discussion, it is something very, very relevant and very, very extraordinary. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to the MC of the ceremony and my moderator, Fazal Salam. And with your due permission, I will begin with my presentation. Let me share my PPT. Just give me a second while I share my PPT. Okay, so is it visible? Is the screen visible? Fazal, if you could just give me a hint whether the screen is visible or not. Fazal, is my PPT visible?
Yeah, it's already clear.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So the title of my presentation today is Multidisciplinary and Sustainable Strategies for Teaching English. Now, why did I choose this particular topic? So the webinar today is about sustainability, multidisciplinary approach in teaching and learning. And being a learner and practitioner of English language teaching, I thought that let me explore with you all, the learned audience, this particular aspect of multidisciplinary and sustainable strategies for teaching English. Now, how does it go? I hope many of you are English language teachers, perhaps in the audience. When we are studying English as a second language, we all know that English is our second language. It is not our first language. It is not our mother tongue. So English is our second language. Now, what should be our approach when we are taking up either teaching or learning English as a second language? There are definitely challenges to be resolved. There are definitely the hindrances to be faced, but we all know that English has emerged as a lingua franca. That is, it is a global language, and definitely we will have to learn that language. The language acquisition, English language acquisition, becomes very, very important in order to survive and sustain in a global format, compete at an international level. And that is why in my presentation today, I'm going to explore certain teaching strategies for English language, which are based on multidisciplinary approach and perhaps sustainable. I always say that whenever we are trying to acquire a language, we will have to contextualize the language. We will have to make it very, very relevant to the context in which we are surviving or we are living. That way, it would facilitate and help in language building. So this is the multidisciplinary and sustainable strategies for English teaching. Okay, so the next slide talks of just an overview of who a successful teacher is. What are the qualities of a successful teacher? So I have titled my slide as Successful Teachers. So the qualities and the perspectives which are enlisted below. A successful teacher has to be a risk taker. The successful teacher needs to be flexible in his or her approach. There has to be a component of energy, because energy passes on. It has energy is very much required to develop an affinity, a bonding with your learners. A successful teacher needs to be compassionate, develop highly effective instructional repertoire. That is very, very important. The lesson plan, the instructional repertoire is going to play a vital role in your efficiency of performance as a teacher in the class. Next point is scaffold frequently and support learners on their first attempt to learn new concepts. We need to provide our learners with a scaffold. Then only a helping hand. We will have to hold their hand and pull them through. Maintain high expectations, provide clear purpose and directions, believe that all can achieve, know how and when to combine methods, approaches, strategies that result in highly effective literary growth. So I have tried to summarize that a teacher is not just the head, a teacher is also the heart. So you can become an effective teacher only when you mingle both your head and heart. Having said that, I now specifically come to English language teaching. So the first and foremost requirement of English language teaching is pre-assessment, because you need to know the level of your learners. Activating prior knowledge and building background information, anything that stimulates thinking. So you will have to assess the level of inquisitiveness of your students, of your learners, the level of proficiency of the learners, and that is why a pre-assessment comes as a foremost thing whenever you are entering into the class. Now, what has happened? ELT or English language teaching learning has to be based on a multidisciplinary approach, and it has to be based on a sustainable manner so that it stays with you. It's not just the language which we are teaching, it's perhaps an awareness of the entire surrounding that we want to inculcate in our students. So I start with pre-assessment. There is a brainstorming happening. The purpose of brainstorming is primarily a group of activities in which everyone shares ideas as quickly and freely as possible, making no judgments about which ones are good or bad, sensible or silly. This is to come up with as many ideas as possible, not to judge them as serious or trivial questions. I'm stressing on the fact that you are not to judge, you are not to categorize the brainstorming session as good or bad, sensible or silly, because that would impact the learner's psyche. We have to play with the psychology of the learners as well. And that is why it is very important to build up a comfortable pedestal, a comfortable ground for the learners. And that is why it is very important not to judge them. What would be the universe be like if I perceived it from a streetcar going at the speed of light? Okay, analyze. Give this task to the class and let them think of as many answers as possible. Process to approach writing. I have given an example here. There is this newspaper cutting of a job vacancy. A fast-growing telecom company is in need of an accounting staff. Qualifications, male, female, preferably single, at least 2 years of work experience with knowledge in financial accounting, graduate of BSc accounting, and he or she should be computer literate. Interested applicants may submit their comprehensive resume indicating positions applied for. This is an ad. I give a task to my class. Read the job wanted specifications in the advertisement below. Pair off with your seatmate, then brainstorm on how you are going to answer the advertisement. What will be your state under which the following sections in your letter? So categorize your job application under following heads: reason for writing, experience education, personal data references, and closing. So you are giving this task in the classroom in order to make the student's brain active. This is the pre-assessment activity which we are doing. Then, talking about multidisciplinary approach, integrating literature with other skills. That is what is multidisciplinary. If you straight away focus on only and only literature, it won't be multidisciplinary. It won't be able to incorporate many into your teaching learning periphery. Secondly, it won't remain sustainable. We all know that whatever learning we are imparting to our students, that has to continue for a lifetime. We are making our learners responsible citizens. And that is why whatever we are teaching them, that should continue with them, that should sustain with them for a lifetime. And that is why multidisciplinary is very, very important instead of putting subjects into tight compartments. So the example I have cited here is photography study. What is the purpose? This is usually done for showing a number of photographs to the students to help them create a mental picture of the main character of a story. So what is it doing? The photography is merged with literary components. Students are asked to observe the facial expression, physical features, manner of dressing, even the posture of the person in the photograph. Student can be asked also to make inferences or judgments about the character's thoughts, motives, or desires. So what are we doing? We are providing a point of reference to the context to the learner, and then we are trying to extract the language skills within them, through them, right? So that is how we are incorporating multidisciplinary approach. Use visual images to study the mood of characters. How can we tell what kind of mood someone is in? Now, we tell the student, you have to analyze the mood of a character. What kind of a mood someone is in? We provide them clues that you can study the facial expressions, you can study the body language, you can also listen carefully to the language, diction, and vocabulary that person is using, and of course the behavioral patterns. And this is how you will be able to come to a conclusion describing the mood of a particular person. So here we are using so many soft skills as well as psychology. So it's not just language learning. We are incorporating multidisciplinary aspects. We are taking into consideration soft skills. We are taking into consideration psychology as well. This is an image just to provide you some food for thought. List as many moods as you can think of about these pictures. So this is an activity which my audience can take up. So what can be the moods? How can you describe the moods in these three images which are being shown on the screen right now? May I ask the participants to jot down in the chat box, what do they feel? Okay, I can see three things in the chat box. Tired. Okay. The first image can be called as tired. Others, please, please. Then only we will be able to make it more traditional market. Very good, very good. Yes, a few more perhaps. a few more responses perhaps. What comes to your mind when you are looking at these three images? No, the part is exhausted, sad, hungry, confused. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So these are the emotions which can be depicted. These are the moods that can be depicted from these images on screen. I will move to the next. Create a scenario. Then we give them certain images and ask them to build a story, create a scenario. So just a paragraph length story can be created both based on the pictures provided. So preview and predict, have students browse through the selection to get a sense of its format. How to do it, what is the procedure. Invite students to preview the title and illustrations to help them get ready for the story by thinking what it might be. So I have given the cover page of the text. Ask, what do you think of the title Rogs and Boxen? What are the children on the cover page doing? How have students discuss in groups what they see and make predictions? I think the story is about playing games in the desert, something like that. So I'm just trying to say that you will have to motivate the students to think and speak loudly. Another method which can be taken up for multidisciplinary teaching strategies is literary mapping. As you can see, this is a fictional map constructed based on a literary text, which features the setting as a significant element in the text. This is used as a means to represent the fictional setting of a literary text, the real map using the legend, a trail or path with important people, and then the street map. So look at it, that while I'm teaching language, I'm also teaching them geography. Perhaps I am making them so multidisciplinary in their approach. They will have to mark the forest, the mountains, the marketplace. This all has to be mapped, and it can be taken up as a literary mapping exercise in the classroom, which will make the students proficient in perhaps the so-called geography learning as well. Okay, after pre-assessment, we know the level of us learners. We come to the process. Setting the context and learning activity sequence, which is based on total physical response, that is TPR. It is a language teaching strategy which introduces new language through a series of commands to physically enact an event. Please note, it is through a series of commands to physically enact an event. Research on this strategy shows that more efficient learning with student involvement occurs when students actually move than when they do not. So the physical response is very, very important. Instead of making your classroom very, very stale and insipid by making the students be seated at a particular position, it is always beneficial to make the students move. That is called TPR-based teaching learning. Setting up, the teacher sets up a situation in which students follow a set of commands using actions, generally with props, to act out a series of events. And I have given certain suggestions for kindergarten, that is 5-year-old students, suggestion for 6 to 8-year students, and suggestion for 9 to 12 years old students. So for a 5-year-old student who is in kindergarten, you can probably give them an exercise based on building something with blocks or Legos. 6 to 8 years, perhaps baking a pie, and 9 to 12 years, shopping for groceries, ordering food in a restaurant. So what are you doing? You are creating situations based on PPR activities, total physical response activities. The teacher or a student demonstrates the series of actions. So there is a lot of hustle and bustle happening in the classroom, and everybody is learning the language plus communication skills plus social skills as well. The procedure continues. Group live action, student demonstration. The group acts out the series as the teacher or a group leader gives commands. This step is repeated several times so that students internalize the series thoroughly before they produce orally. Students may also work in pairs. You can make them write written copies. Students will write on a chart the series of actions. You can make them orally repeat and question answer. After the students have made a written copy, they read each line or points out some questions which will help them understand better the concepts and series of commands. So you are making them listen and act. This is such a wonderful way of actually extracting PPR, total physical response, from the child. I've given an example, watching television. So how do you watch television? And the child gives a physical response to this order. It's time to watch your favorite show. Turn on the television. This is the wrong show. You hate this show. You make a terrible face. Change the channel. Oh, the next channel, it is a great show. Smile. Sit down on your favorite chair. This part is very funny. Laugh. Now there is a commercial. Get up and get a snack and drink. Sit down. The end is very sad and you start crying. So what are you doing? You are giving situations to the learners and making them hate, smile, laugh, be sad, all the emotions they are able to depict. The ending is very sad, you start crying. The show is over, turn off the television, go to bed. So this is the command which you are giving to the learner, and the learner is acting it out. Then another activity can be dyad activities. What are dyad activities? These activities help students practice some aspect of English structure. The student works in a pairs. Each student has the answer for the other student and can provide immediate correction. The teacher can prepare the exercises ahead of time, or the students can write exercises in pairs and exchange them. The teacher should check them for accuracy. The exercise for student A and B are cut apart so that student A sets only the 4 sentences. I won't read out the procedure. In the next slide, you can see what the student A and student B is doing. One sentence student A takes, the second sentence student B takes, and that way both are complementing each other in language acquisition exercise or language acquisition activity. The next item I have taken for explanation is poetry power. This is to deepen the understanding of the details about an article or a particular genre. We all know that English literature studies is divided into 4 genres: poetry, drama, prose, and fiction. This is what we say, and this is how we try to teach language through literature. So poetry power, after reading a selection or a literary piece, students will write their interaction impressions about the topic. So just see, a short poem has been taken about rain, tiny crystals softly falling, so wet, sloshing, sparkling water, bathing quietly. And then the students are asked to categorize this piece of poetry under looks like, feels like, sounds like, tastes like. We are using all the sensory organs in order to motivate the child into understanding poetry. So under looks like, rain looks like shiny, crystal, falling sparkles, and tiny. It feels like cold, soft, wet droplets. It sounds like music, nothing. One child wrote nothing. Sloshing with my boot, drips. And it tastes like cold water, ice cream, popsicles. So they are imagining what would rain sound like, feel like, taste like, and look like. Getting it? So I am using all the motor skills in order to make the child learn. The language acquired in this fashion is going to remain lifetime with the child. Reflect and understand. This is another aspect of language acquisition. Check your understanding a topic or a skill. Word square. The word square, this is the prayer model. Definition, characteristics, examples, non-examples. The word square graphic organizer, McCloskey and Stack propounded this theory in 1996, is a tool for multi-dimensional vocabulary development. The learners use a variety of ways to study a term, including writing a personal definition, writing a dictionary or glossary definition, and drawing picture of the word or action. So it is clear from what is written on the screen. So, for example, I give them the word square to create for a tree. I give them the clue tree, and look at it how they have worked on the word square. They would define what is a tree. A tree is something that grows outdoors. It has leaves and branches. It has roots that get nutrients and water from the soil to live. What are the characteristics of a tree? Has a bark, has wooden branches, leaves, shade, provides a home to birds and some animals. Examples, what are the trees? Acacia, mahogany, palm, and cedar. But what are not trees? Rose, horse, dog, ant. So they are able to understand this very, very clearly. What is the definition of a tree? What are the characteristics of a tree? What are the examples of a tree? And what else is not like a tree? Getting my point? So you have to make it very, very interesting so that language acquisition doesn't come to the child as a something very, very boring, something very, very monotonous they want to escape from. No, they should be more and more interested in language acquisition. Then there can be thinking maps. Yes. When we are teaching English language to the second language learners, we have to keep in mind that we are not just teaching them language, but we are making them think critically, creatively. We are teaching them to innovate, and perhaps we are teaching them life values also. So it is a life skill which we are trying to provide to them. The bubble map is for describing using adjectives or adjective phrases. So what are these bubble maps? For example, oranges. We give a term oranges and we ask them to create a bubble map. So what is it? Orange, naturally sweet. It is messy to peel the oranges and then eat it. It is nutritious. It is round. It is juicy. It is orange in color. So the child is using his thinking skills, creative thinking, in order to define about a particular piece. Then there can be brace maps. So previously there was a bubble map. Now there is a brace map in my next slide. It is used to teach students how to visually represent the thought process of the whole to part relationship. Whole to part and part to whole. So again, very, very critical thinking, creative thinking. So if you say my favorite outfit, a shirt, shirt is the whole, but what are the parts associated with shirt? Buttons, ribbons, pant or shoes, and then you bifurcate it further into various parts. The brace map is used for seeing the structural analysis of whole to parts relationship. So apple will have a skin, flesh, core, stem, and then seed pockets and seeds. So you are teaching them to bifurcate part to whole and whole to part as well. The frame of reference, it includes metacognitive frame, can be used for any map. Again, I have used the same oranges. It's like a bubble map, and then you'd ask them to taste it. We have an orange tree in our yard. So now you are making them use their metacognitive learning. They will remember that, oh yes, the other day I ate an orange. And then you would also be able to correlate, we have an orange tree in our yard. So this is the bubble map is very effective for vocabulary building. The process of describing is closely linked to how we value and evaluate things. Then there can be multi-flow map. So these are the various types of mapping which you can ask the learners to resort to. So you want to, For example, at the center is improve my reading skills. So what are the multi-flow map? Use words. I'll enjoy reading more. My parents and teachers will be impressed. I will understand more of what I read. My teacher and tutor told me I should do. Apply active reading strategies. Practice reading every day. So this is how they will be able to think, add consequences, identify the causes and effects of an event, that if I improve my reading skills, this is what is going to happen. If I improve my reading skills, this is the prediction which I can make for my future. So again, you are involving the child into learning and learning for future, not just for that moment, but it would stay with them for a lifetime. Then there is one-sided multi-flow map, healthy teeth, daily brushing, flossing, visiting the dentist, limiting the sugar in your diet. So this is how you correlate it. This is to focus on just the causes or just the effects of an event. Ask students, does brushing your teeth daily cause them to be healthy? And then ask them to prepare a one-sided multi-flow map. This is a flow map. Is used to teach students how to visually represent the process of sequencing. My dream day, you give them an exercise on creating a flow map on my dream day. So morning, breakfast and TV with sister, play outside with friends, dinner with family, and then read before going to sleep. So this is the dream day for a child who has created a flow map for the topic. I like to spend my time with family and friends. So see, you are able to extract the responses from the child in a manner which suits him well. At the very beginning, I told that language learning has to be contextualized. You have to look into, or you have to place the child in their particular context. Context is very, very important. You cannot just ask the child from India to imagine as if he is in London. No, he cannot. He will have to learn English with the context of an Indian setup, right? So this is how teaching learning becomes interesting and engaging. And then the last part is transfer, that is practice and application. And here I have taken the example of a reader theater. Learner reads literature aloud dramatically in the form of a play or a dialogue. The learner becomes artist. And then I have given the procedure. I won't read it to it detail. So this is the jazz chant, Big Bill Bell. I have taken that poetry for reference. This is simply bringing rhythm into the class, and the brain loves rhythm. We all know that brain loves rhythm. Student can work with clapping, stamping, and simple body movement. So here, who is here, Bill is here, Bill who, Bill Bell, who is he? So you can see that there is a rhyming pattern. The rhythm enters into the classroom, and with rhythm, a lot of motor skills can be used. Then there can be vocabulary chants. Choose a topic, for example, sports. Say each word and notice how many students sounds may hear. Turn the simple vocabulary chant into a grammar chant by adding he, she, they, plus a verb that would make sense, such as play. The sample is using the simple present. He plays football. She plays. So even grammar, not just the vocabulary, even the grammar part can be incorporated into teaching learning. Then there can be simulation games to provide authentic opportunities for students to give and get information. Okay, so these are my parting shots that in order to take up English language learning strategies in a very multidisciplinary and sustainable approach, we have to be flexible. That takes me back to the first slide I talked about, that who are the successful teachers? And please remember, a successful teacher has to be flexible. How can we be flexible? By incorporating and experimenting with as many variations, as many disciplines we can incorporate into our teaching learning processes. And that is why it is said that strategies are always flexible. You have the prerogative, you have the right to incorporate whichever strategy suits best into your class. And believe me, if you make it multidisciplinary and sustainable, you are not just going to teach English, but you are going to actually develop very, very responsible citizens who would be actually contributing to the good of mankind, to the good of human society. Because please understand, students learn meaningfully. And in order to that meaning to your teaching learning, you have to adopt a strategy based on multidisciplinary and sustainable approach. Students become active participants in the learning process where they think, create, and construct the knowledge. They are actually thinking, creating, and constructing knowledge. You are just as a teacher facilitating the entire process. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Further, I hope I could wind it up on time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shibani, for such an insightful and inspiring presentation. Okay, the presentation was so great, especially for me as English educators. Yeah, I will implement it on my teaching later. Thank you so much for insightful and inspiring presentation. Okay, it's truly fascinating to learn multidisciplinary and sustainable strategies in teaching English. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let us now continue with the Q&A session. Please kindly write your questions in the chat box or raise your hand virtually.
Yes, I will be more than happy to take the questions.
Professor, here we have a question from me while we are waiting the others to give the question. Oh, there is one question. It's from Mila Kartika.
Yes.
The question is permission to
I'll
ask,
take
ma'am.
the question.
Let me to read the question, Professor. Okay, permission to ask, ma'am. Sometimes when learning English to speak, it is very strange because we are not used to it. And when our accent doesn't match, we even laugh. It makes us feel less confident. Thank you.
No, that is what I'm trying to say, that English has to be learned because it is a lingua franca, it is the global language, it has emerged as a global language. I also understand the fact that we are non-native speakers of English. The rule to acquire English as a second language is by acquiring it within our own context rather than trying to imitate the native speakers. No, that is a very wrong approach we generally take. We will have to learn to take English as within our own context. We don't need to imitate the native speakers. And that is why contextualizing language learning, base it in the place, within the place, by the place, for the place where you belong. It is not something which you will have to be fascinated about the native speakers. No, it is just a language which is a medium of communication. And please take it within your context. No need to feel less confident. No need to laugh at the mistakes you make because they are not mistakes. Whatever you are talking or how you are talking, that is the context which has been provided to you. Right? And whatever the native speakers are doing or talking, that is the context provided to them. I always give the example that the English speakers, English people, they become so happy by imagining a flower called daffodil. But we in the East, we have never ever seen how a daffodil flower perhaps look like. So it is weird if we try to be happy about a flower called daffodils. Try to be happy about a flower which you correlate with which you feel an affinity with. And this is how you will be able to acquire the language and fulfill the purpose of communication. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mila, for the question.
Okay, does it answer the question, Mila? Is it enough? Okay, that's enough, ma'am. So let's wait the others to give a question. We have still a lot of time for the Q&A session. So keep your questions on the chat box, or you can directly raise your hand. Okay, while waiting the others to give a question. So, Professor, I have one question. Okay, thank you for the best presentation. That's very inspiring me to implement the method to my teaching activities. So I have a question. The question is, among the many strategies you shared before in the presentation, what do you think? Which one do you find the most effective in sustaining students' motivation over the long term, especially in multilingual or diverse classroom setting?
Yes, again, Fazar, I'll try to give a very diplomatically correct answer because what suits me might not suit you. There is nothing right or wrong. We are talking of a flexible approach. So, being a literature teacher, I always like to teach language through literature. So I try to take or incorporate many poems, many short stories into my classes so that the language acquisition happens alongside entertainment of reading a poetry or a piece of a short story. So that ways I always feel very, very comfortable to incorporate literature into language class. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the answer. Okay, we have still a lot of time. It seems like there's no more question.
Do we still have time?
Yeah, we still have time for the Q&A session.
Okay.
Oh, there is a question from Anjang. He said, I'd like to continue the previous question from Mila. As a teacher, should we teach students or train them to gain a standardized test, or just focus on contextualizing the teaching?
Yes, in Zhang. Very good question indeed. Thank you. Yes, we don't teach. We only train our students. There is a role change which has happened with Gen Z emerging as learners. So we, in modern times, we don't use the term student. We call them as learners. So when we call them as learners, we do not teach the learners, but we rather train the learners. That is one part of the question. because language learning is a skill which cannot be taught. It has to be acquired. So the teacher would impart and the learner would acquire it through training. Agreed on that? The second part of the question is, or just focus on contextualizing the teaching. Not just focus on contextualizing the teaching, definitely, but contextualizing teaching English language, ELT, is very, very important for ELT practitioners. Why is it so? I always say that in order to make language learning more efficient, we have to have a context of the thing, because language is coming as a skill to us, and the skill you acquire with the context and the background, right? So I am saying that we train our learners, because we are ELT practitioners. I'm totally not using the terms teacher, student anymore. I'm calling myself as a ELT practitioner. I'm calling myself as an ELT trainer, as a facilitator to help the learner acquire the language. Is that clear? First level. Now the second level is contextualizing language teaching is a component of language teaching. Getting my point? Contextualizing language makes it easy for the learners to acquire it more efficient. They become pro in learning the language, in acquiring that language skill, if you provide them with a context. If you involve their family, their location, the fruits they eat, the trees they see, the land where they are living, you will be providing them more of stimulation to think, right? Rather than giving them an imaginary place, an imaginary idea, provide them the context which is real to them. And that is how the language learning would become more efficient. Enzan, I hope I have cleared your doubt. And please understand, this is a perspective. These are not certain rules and regulations. These are just perspectives to perform better as ELT practitioners. Thank you, Enzan. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's really mind-blowing. Thank you, Prof. Okay, so there is greetings from Nigeria, from Oloruntoyin, one of today presenter. Okay, nice to meet you, Oloruntoyin. Okay, so before I end this meeting or this session, probably Professor Shibani, you have something like closing statement for our participants.
Oh, for the participants, no, definitely for the organizers. I must congratulate the organizers for taking up such a relevant topic for the webinar. And believe me, that you people are doing a good job. The organizing team is doing a good job. And I can see more than 150 participants for this webinar. That in itself is a proof that the topic, the relevance of the topic, the importance of the topic is reaching out to a majority of we the learners and we the academicians perhaps.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shibani. Yeah, if you don't mind, Professor, now we would like to deliver our token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Shibani Basu Dubai. Okay. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Professor Shibani. I will now return
Thank you. Thank
the
you
time
so
back
much.
to the Miss Ningxi. Please welcome.
Right. Thank you very much for the beneficial presentation, Professor Dr. Shibani Basudeve, and also thank you, Mr. Fajar, as the moderator, for guiding the presentation and question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to our first parallel session. In this part, we will have 4 presenters with their interesting topics, and this session will be led by Dila Prilajayuna. So to Miss Dila, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Ningxi. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor to be here. My name is Dila Prilajayuna from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Now we're moving on the parallel session with our 4 presenters, so please stay with us until the webinar, until the end of the webinar. Before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform the rules of this session. First, each presenter will have a maximum of 10 minutes for the presentation, so please manage your time and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be held after the presentation by all presenters in this session are done. Third, every audience can drop the questions in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience to deliver the question directly. In addition, please state to which presenter the question is addressed. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentation. Thank you. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our first group presenter from Universitas Siliwangi to present their topic, Community-Based Energy Independence, a case study of micro-hydropower plants in Kasepuhan Gelar Alam, Sirna Resmi Village, Cisolok District, Sukabumi Regency. We have 4 speakers here. There are Dr. Siti Fajarani MT, Dr. Iman Hilman, SPD MPD, Mr. Cahya Darmawan, SPD MPD, and Miss Yulia and Shanti, SPD MPD. All right, here we already have Dr. Siti Fajarayani. Hello, ma'am.
Hiya, hello.
All right, okay. Excuse me, ma'am, would you prefer to share your slide yourself? Or would you like...
Ready. Okay, ready.
Oh, okay. All right, then. To the presenters, the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Dila. I'm sorry, my slide is open, Ms. Dila.
It's already visible, but maybe we can go it to the full screen.
Full screen is okay.
Yeah, full screen 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Ready, Ms. Dila. Okay, thank you.
It's already good. All right.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity in webinar Sinarosa from LPPM Universitas Siliwangi. The first, I want to introduce myself. My name is Siti Fajarayani. I will be presenting article writing collaboration, a team from geography education from Universitas Siliwangi with Mr. Iman Hilman, Cahya Darmawan. There are lecturers from geography education department, and Bu Yulia and Santi is a teacher from Warung Kiara Sukabumi. Okay. I think I want to present about my topic, community-based energy independence, a case study of micro hydropower plants in Kasepuhan Gelar Alam, Sinarosa Village, Cisolok District, Sukabumi Regency. The first I want to introducing the first is indigenous community of Kasepuhan Gelar Alam achieved energy independence since 1988. The second is with micro hydropower plant to overcome limited electricity access. The third is truth in Pikupuh Karuhun. There is ecological balance and forest conservation. And the fourth is research aims identify success factors, local wisdom, and contribution. We want to know, but energy is a basic need for a human being in interaction with the surrounding environment. But in the field of household education and economic activity, it's limited. In sustainable energies availability is a prerequisite for improving the quality of life and developing the region. However, the ability of modern energy is still difficult to reach in a number of regions in Indonesia. There are most complicated in electricity. This is because this difference is caused by limited infrastructure in the problem of the existence of area with difficult geographical condition. So many indigenous community have find their own energy resources. One interesting example in the Kasepuhan Gelar Alam indigenous people in Sinarosa Village, Cisolok District, Sukabumi Regency, they have successfully built a micro hydropower plant that operates off the basis of river water flow around the settlement. This power energy is managed and built mutual cooperation manner using wood, metal, and use plastic materials. From here, we can understand their innovation and independence in creating an independent source in electricity. This phenomena is relevant to the context of sustainable development and energy transition in Indonesia. In the minds of increasing national energy needs, the experience of Kasepuhan Gelar Alam provides inspiration on how the wise use of local resource can be a strategic solution, especially for remote areas. Therefore, this research is important to identify success factors, the value of underlying local wisdom, and the contribution of power energy to energy security and environmental sustainability. The second, we want to explain about methodology. The method is quality case study approach, location in Kasepuhan Gelar Alam Sukabumi. Data collection, we find observation, interview, in-depth interview, and document review also. To analyze, we use the descriptive qualitative analysis, so also narrative finding. This research was carried out to the Kasepuhan Gelar Alam. This location is chosen because indigenous people in the region have been developing micro hydro power plants independently since 1988 here. The research will be carried out by adjusting customary activity and community activities related to the management. This study used a qualitative approach with a case study method. We chosen because the problems today are related to the unique experiences of indigenous people in building energy independence. The data obtained was analyzed with qualitative descriptive, presenting data in the form for narrative descriptive, and drawing also with conclusion based on 5 findings. Okay. The next is result and discussion. There are 4 success factors of energy independence. Energy independence is one of the important indicators of realizing of socio-economic relations of a community, especially in remote areas. They are difficult to reach by state-built infrastructure. There are stable natural resources, continuous river flow. The second, simple technology, because they have a local material and easy maintenance. The third, there is mutual cooperation or gotong royong in build and managing power energy. And the fourth is traditional leadership ensuring collective responsibility. The ability of natural resources in the form of stable river flows throughout the year, which is the main basis for maintaining energy sustainability. There is a culture of mutual cooperation, able to manage collectively and sustainability. So we use a simple technology because there are from local material to easy to repair and accordance with the condition of local community. The role of traditional leadership that not only gives direction, but also instills the value of togetherness and collective responsibility for energy sustainability. The problem is local wisdom in energy management. There are 4. The first is guided by Pikuku Karuhun principle. The second, in forest, main resource of water and energy. This must be preserved. The third, energy linked with cultural identity and spirituality. And the fourth is ensure ecological balance and sustainable use of resources. Yeah, because the energy material in Kasupan Gelar Alam is based on the principle of Pikuku Karuhun, which emphasizes ecosystem balance, respect for nature, and forest conservation as the main buffer for water strategy resource. For communities, protecting forest means maintaining the sustainability of the energy they enjoy. This ecological awareness makes people always be careful in utilizing natural resource so as not to damage the environmental balance. Energy is also independent to more deeply, not only is a daily need, but also is a spiritual means that connect human with nature and the creator. There's traditional value that have been passed down from generation to generation, make energy part of the community's cultural identity, while strengthening their ties to the surrounding environment. The existence of energy that has a big impact on the life of the people of Kasupan Gelar Alam. The electricity produced is able to meet the energy needs of households, schools, public facilities, and support community economic activity. The presence of this energy improves the quality of life through lighting, support the learning process, and encourage community productivity. In terms of socio-economic resilience, The power energy makes the community more independent because it no longer depends on fossil energy or external supplies. In additional, energy management based on local wisdom helps to preserve forests and rivers, so that a reciprocal relationship in create between energy sustainable and ecosystem sustainability. In this concept applied more widely, dependence on fossil energy can be reduced, energy security in disaster-prone areas can be strengthened, and policy that favor green and sustainability energy will be born. Furthermore, ensuring the availability of affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy is an important step in poverty alleviation effort in developing countries. Yeah, the one example in Kasukuhan Gelar Alam. For contribution for energy, the first is improving the quality of lives for electricity for home, school, and public facility, and so on. The second is support education, productivity, and local economic. The third is strength socio-economic resilience, especially in Kasukuhan Gelar Alam, and prefers environment, forest, and river maintenance. For conclusion, I think from my article, the first is community-based in economic energy is a successful renewable energy model. The key implements is local resource, cooperation, simple technology, and leadership must be one system. I think is their element. Pikukuh Karuhun sustain economic and cultural value. The strengthened socio-economic resilience and maintaining environmental sustainability in Pikukuh Karuhun. So inspiration for renewable energy development in remote Indonesian, especially in Kasepuhan Gelar Alam. Recommendation for government, the first is to support and facilitate community-based energy initiative through policies, technical training, and infrastructure assistance that still respect local wisdom. The second, the experience of Kasepuhan Gelar Alam can be used as an example in the formulation of sustainable energy transition strategies in remote area. Recommendation for Kasepuhan indigenous peoples, the first is it is necessary to continue the preference forests and rivers as the main resource energy. And second, develop simple innovation in the maintenance and management of power energy so that energy is sustainable in maintenance. Recommendation for academic and researchers, the first future research is needed that examine the technical aspect of energy, efficient community institutional models, and the role of local wisdom in supporting sustainable energy. The second, comparative studies with other indigenous community in Indonesia can provide a broader picture of the potential of community-based energy. Thank you. That is enough my presentation. I hope this is helpful. Thank you for attention. I think I refer to Ms. Dila again. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Fajar Rayani and also Miss Yulia for the great presentation. Thank you so much. And okay, dear amazing participants, it's a friendly reminder that we will do a Q&A session after all the presenter has done their presentation. So
that if you have any question, you may chat it on the chat box and prepare it, your question from now on. All right. Thank you so much once again for the first presenter. And ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next presentation. Let's invite Miss Sri Supiah Cahyati, SHMPD from Institut Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Siliwangi, Indonesia, to present her topic, Reimagining Indonesia's Education, English, Deep Learning, and AI. All right.
Yes, thank you, Miss Dila.
Okay. Yep.
Let me share my slides.
All right. All right, Miss Cahyati, the Zoom floor is yours.
Okay. Right. Can you see the screen?
It's already visible, but
All right.
maybe, yep, we can make it full screen. So, yep, full screen. Or maybe you can click the present button.
Okay, this one. Right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished scholars and fellow educators. It is an honor for me to hear at Sinarosa International Conference. My presentation is entitled Reimagining Indonesian Education, English, Deep Learning, and AI. Right. As we say in Indonesia, tak kenal maka tak aruf. So if you don't know someone, it's time to get acquainted. Here is my short introduction. My name is Sri Supiah Cahyati, a lecturer at IKIP Siliwangi, Bandung. My passion lies in teacher professional development, young learners, and the integration of pedagogy and technology. Here is the aims, the content of my presentation. The first one is background, aims, and then methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Before diving deeper, let me ask you, have you noticed the recent viral discussion on education policies in Indonesia? The first one is Ministerial Regulation number 12 of 2024. Okay, and then the second one, the deep learning policy. And the third, coding and artificial intelligence in schools. Right, this is the background of the study. The background of this is rooted in two global forces, the rise of globalization and artificial intelligence. These developments are rapidly transforming the nature of work, communications, and learning. As highlighted by UNESCO in 2023, UNICEF 2022, and the OECD in 2019, that education systems must now prepare learners with 21st century competencies, critical thinking, creativity, collaborations, and digital fluency. In this context, education can no longer be limited to the transfer of content knowledge. It must nurture skills, values, and adaptability so that students are prepared to thrive in an era of constant change. This is the foundation upon which we begin to reimagine education in Indonesia. And the study has three main aims. First, to examine three key educational policies in Indonesia that shape how we teach English, deep learning, and AI. Second, to analyze the readiness and challenges schools face in putting these policies into practice. And the third, to offer strategic recommendations so that policymakers and educators can move from vision to real, meaningful change in classroom. This is a conceptual research grounded in both national and international perspective. It's reviewed Indonesia regulation alongside global frameworks from UNESCO, OECD, and UNICEF, supported by scholarly literature. The analysis used a quantitative descriptive method with triangulation and thematic analysis to ensure that the findings are not only evidence-based but also globally and contextually relevant. Now let's move to the findings. Since regulation, the first one is regulation number 12 of 2024. Okay, as stated in regulation number 12 of 2024, English will officially become a compulsory subject in elementary schools. In 2025, English is offered as an elective subject. Then in 2026, English becomes compulsory in most schools. Finally, in academic year 2027-2028, English becomes a nationally compulsory subject in all elementary schools. Why is this important? Yes, because English is not only a language, it is access to global knowledge and collaboration. The goal of this policy is clear: to prepare a generation that can compete and collaborate globally. This reflects strong government commitment. Nevertheless, we face gaps in teacher proficiency, inequalities in resources, and disparities between rural and urban schools. The second transformation is deep learning. Deep learning in education is more than academics. It's about shaping reflective, solution-oriented, and character-driven students. It nurtures the whole person, the mind, heart, feeling, and body. In Indonesia, we call it as olah pikir, olah hati, olah rasa, olahraga. Its guiding principles are simple but powerful. Learning should be mindful, meaningful, and joyful. But the greatest challenge lies in teachers' mindset. Many teachers still see this is as administrative work rather than a mindset shift. For deep learning to succeed, we must shift that mindset. The key lies in empowering teachers as designers of learning, not just transmitter of knowledge. The third transformation is the integration of coding and artificial intelligence, or in Bahasa Indonesia we call it as KKA, coding dan kecerdasan artifisial. Coding and AI in education aim to build three essentials: digital literacy, computational thinking, and digital ethics. The implementation must be flexible, gradual, starting from simple to advanced, unplugged or digital, and offered as a compulsory, elective, or even extracurricular. In short, coding and AI are not just subjects. They are future literacies to prepare students for a digital world. But challenges remain: teachers' readiness, infrastructure gaps, and accessibility. Yet within these challenges lies opportunity, the chance to create an education system that is both globally competitive and locally relevant. Now let us discuss further on this: coding and AI elements. These are not just technical skills, they are essentially ready for the 21st century. Coding and AI rest on three essential elements. First, computational thinking, step-by-step problem solving with logic and creativity. Second, digital literacy, creating and sharing digital content responsibly with ethics and security. And third, AI literacy and ethics, understanding how AI works, its impact, and using it with a critical, ethical mindset. Together, these skills prepare students not just for the digital world, but to lead in it. The AI framework builds 4 core skills: human-centered mindset, keeping people accountable in the AI era, AI ethics, using and designing technology responsibly, AI techniques, moving from basics and creative tools, and then AI system design, solving problems through design and iteration. In short, it ensures learners not just use AI, they help shape it wisely and ethically. Let's see the objective of each level on our schools. At the primary levels, students in grade 5 begin with the basics, using step-by-step thinking to solve simple everyday problems. By grade 7, they advance to using loops and logical reasoning to tackle more complex challenges. And at grade 10, they are ready to apply algorithms and structure reasoning to real-world problems and coding tasks. In short, this progression ensures students grow from simple problem solver into critical computational thinker prepared for the digital age. In conclusion, Indonesia education reforms are moving forward, progressive and aligned toward equity. Each pillar plays a vital role. English builds global competence, deep learning makes education more meaningful, and coding and AI prepare students with both computational and ethical literacy. Nevertheless, challenges remain: teacher capacity, infrastructure gaps, and unequal access. To make this reform truly effective, 3 actions are essential. First, government should strengthen teacher professional development so educators are ready to deliver English, deep learning, and AI education with confidence. Second, it needs to ensure equitable distribution of resources, bridging the gaps between rural and urban schools. And third, establish strong ethical frameworks so technology empower learners without compromising their rights or values. Together, these steps can reimagine education in Indonesia for a more just and future-ready generation. So, reimagine education is not only about policies, it's about people, teachers, students, and communities. To close this presentation, let me quote our great educator, Ki Hajar Dewantoro. Ing ngarso sung tulodo, ing madyo mangunkarso, tutwuri handayani. At the front, set an example. In the middle, build motivation. At the back, provide support. In other words, teacher remains the guiding light in this transformation. With technology, creativity, and heart, we can shape a generation that is independent, adaptive, reflective, and humanistic. Here are the references. That's conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ms. Cahyati, for providing us with meaningful perspective that learning should be mindful, meaningful, and joyful. That's very impressive. All right, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next presentation. Let's invite Miss Wiwik Nur Komaladewi, STMM from Universitas Catur Insan Cendekia from Indonesia to present her topic, Implementing a Digital Technology-Based Green Economy in Catfish Cultivation to Achieve Sustainable Aquaculture, Case Study, FU Farm Community Service Partner. All right. Hello, Miss Dewi. Excuse me, your microphone is still mute. All right. Okay. Yep. Would you prefer? Oh, all right. Okay, it's already visible, Miss. Okay. Yep. The time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for giving me present my article. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wirikno Kamaladewi from Jatuh Insan Cendekia University. I'll be presenting my article entitled Implementing a Digital Technology as Green Economy in Catfish Cultivation to Achieve Sustainable Aquaculture. A study for farm community service platform. Here, my presentation introduce change, proposed solution, methodology, research discussion, and conclusion and recommendation. Introduce object interview my Fufang. Fufang Ataliha is partner engaged in catfish breeding. Fufang is located in Wallet Village, Cirebon Regency, West Java. Fufang has approximately 12 ponds dedicated to catfish breeding and has been operation since 2020. As a partner in catfish breeding, Fufang faces a major challenge: unstable water quality. The rely on water source from the surrounding environment, which frequency fluctuates in quality. In those cases, suitable water can cause catfish fry mortality. As aquaculture supply chain, Fufang is at the beginning of the supply chain, selling 7 cm, while to second parties while railing is undersold to market or restaurant, business, and consumers. Cirebon's catfish demand is 1.5 million tons, but local supply meets only 10%, highlighting a significant market gap. Addressing partner issues, traditional monitoring. Water quality monitoring is time manual and inconsistent. No management system or management information is unstructured, readily efficient. The program integrates green economy principle with digital technology to enhance efficiency and sustainability in catfish breeding, fostering collaboration among stakeholders. Priority issues in catfish hatchery: unstable water quality, cooling water, ammonia, and low oxygen cause high mortality rates, slow growth, and diseases risk. Manual production management. Manual recording leads to error, poor analysis, and difficult in optimizing processes. These issues impact production, market supply, and limit business expansion and farmer income. Methodology, SDIC approach, system development life cycle, is that is 1. Data collection, gathering profile, method water data, and IoT text data. The record data will include the profile of catfish hatchery partner, current catfish hatchery cultivation method, water quality data, and the technology used for IoT devices, such as the type of sensor for monitoring application and relevant cultivation management recording system. This will also be collected to ensure the application can be developed effectively. Through data analysis, identifying needs and understanding IoT application. The collect data will be analyzed to identify catfish hatchery needs and the water quality use. This includes understanding the concept, application, implementation, and IoT. C. Creating a green economy-based IoT system for monitoring the automation. This stage involves the development of an IoT model for green economy-based catfish hatcheries classification design to improve efficiency and sustainability through the technology-based monitoring and automation system technology. This system integrates various sensors behind temperature, turbidity, and ammonia with an Arduino unit integrated with a Wi-Fi module. The Arduino for Wi-Fi development board. Data from sensor is sent and analyzed in real time via web-based dashboard or mobile application, allowing farmers to monitor water condition and receive notification when water parameters are out of range. With the implementation of this technology, catfish farming become more efficient in its use of resources and minimize environment impact through better water management. This IoT model allows farmers to control and monitor pond removal, application development and implementation. This is one step. Fourth step. Application design using UMR for structure visualization of the catfish blending application workflow. Application development. Mobile-based application connected to IoT using Flutter, Node.js, and MySQL integrated with sensor via REST API. The catfish blending application for measure water quality will be mobile based on connection to the IoT, developing an IoT-based mobile application for monitoring catfish blending characteristics, starting with planning and analysis user need, start as water quality monitoring feature, IoT device control and notification. The technology used in the development include Flutter for the front-end, Node.js for the back-end, and MySQL data for data storage. This application must also be integrated with IoT device that connects behind temperature, turbidity, and ammonia sensor with the REST API protocol. Five-step application implementation. This mobile application is designed to monitor water quality in IoT-based catfish farming in real time. The simple and intuitive interface allows farmers To easily read case parameters such as pH, temperature, turbidity, and ammonia. And then application testing, flexible testing to evaluate head function and identify. The application will be testing using the black box method to evaluate in functionality without considering the technical aspect of application development. The black box method is a software testing design method based on functional specification without examining the design and program code. This testing aim to identify potential weakness or error in the application so that further improvement and assessment can be made. Result, problem solution, water quality device, automatic detection of turbidity ammonia and sulfur oxygen will by date. 20% increase in fire survival rate, reduce risk of crop failure. Application mobile real-time water quality data displayed per water system. Minimum certification efficiency increase in pond management, reduces fly mortality due to early detection. Conclusion and recommendation. The program improved efficiency, productivity, and sustainability. The speed was by 20% increase higher, survival by 510 to 18%. One program application. Apply this model to other freshwater fisheries, technology development, integrated cultivation application with financial and marketing system, sustainable mentoring, continue to perform university, intensive training for aquaculture, policy spot eco-friendly tax adoption. That's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Miss Dewi, for the great presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we actually have 4 presenters for this session. However, unfortunately, the 4 presenters are not available at the moment, so we can go straight to the Q&A session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the Q&A session. I will check the chat box if you have any question. Or if you're interested in speaking directly, please turn on your microphone. Okay. We're still waiting for your questions. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like there's no question for this session, and I sincerely apologize as we are running out of time. So if you have any further questions, please feel free to drop the question in the chat box, and our presenters will be glad to respond. And yep, unfortunately, we have to end this insightful discussion. Once again, thank you very much for your active participation and enthusiasm for this session. All right. Also, to the entire group presenters, thank you so much for providing very interesting insights. Hopefully that it can be useful for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has ended, and I will give the time back to the MC. Miss Ningsi, please.
All right, thank you very much to all of the presenters for the insightful presentation. We would also like to extend our appreciation to Ms. Dila for leading the session. Dear distinguished participants, we will have a short break after this before we continue to the presentation from our amazing keynote speakers and presenters. Please make sure to stay on the Zoom meeting room, or you may also leave the Zoom room, but don't forget to come back here on time before 12:45 p.m. Jakarta time. All right, so now please enjoy the song from Universitas Siliwangi's choir and community service activities video from LPPM Universitas Siliwangi. Thank you and see you everyone. As an information, everyone, the attendance link will be shared at the end of our event. So please stay tuned until the end of our event, and then don't forget to rejoin again after the break at 12:45. So now please enjoy some songs and videos.
Sejak berdiri pada tahun 1978, selaras dengan cita-cita luhur para pionir, Universitas Siliwangi sebagai perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Priangan Timur berkomitmen teguh membangun insan-insan terdidik dan berkarakter guna menyongsong masa depan bangsa yang gemilang.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami masih memegang teguh prinsip para pendiri Universitas Siliwangi bahwa kehadiran Unsil harus dapat bermanfaat dalam menyiapkan kualitas sumber daya manusia yang cakap dalam pengetahuan, arif dalam kepribadian, terbuka pada tantangan zaman, dan bela kepada negara.
Syahdan, sampai pada risalah ditandatanganinya Prasasti Penegrian Universitas Siliwangi di Istana Negara oleh Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono 1 April 2014. Semangat itu tidak pernah pudar. Universitas Siliwangi semakin memantapkan diri dengan terus mengimbangi tantangan globalisasi. Di atas sebidang tanah seluas 36,9 hektar, terletak di pusat kota Tasikmalaya yang berudara sejuk dan segar. Didukung pula dengan keberadaan para dosen yang berkualitas, serta tenaga kependidikan yang memberikan pelayanan yang ramah, cepat, dan efisien, membuat suasana belajar semakin kondusif dan menyenangkan. Ini tercatat ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta sedang menikmati studi di kampus yang menjunjung tinggi nilai luhur Pancasila dan kebinekaan. Universitas Siliwangi memiliki 7 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Program Pasca Sarjana. 418 dosen yang berpengalaman dan aktif dalam sejumlah penelitian di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, dan budaya. Universitas Siliwangi siap menyelenggarakan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berdaya saing global, serta didukung dengan didirikannya unit penunjang akademik layanan uji kompetensi, mampu mengantarkan para mahasiswa menjadi lulusan berkualitas bagi bangsa dan negara. Untuk menunjang kompetensi keterampilan dan kewirausahaan, Universitas Siliwangi menyediakan fasilitas dan prasarana yang memadai, seperti klinik rawat inap, laboratorium dengan peralatan yang modern dan canggih, fasilitas olahraga, kesenian, rusunawa, dan berwirausaha. Demi memantapkan pelayanan, Universitas Siliwangi terus melakukan pengembangan dan pembangunan di Kampus 1 dan Kampus 2. Bukti bahwa Universitas Siliwangi senantiasa membaca sekaligus menjawab kebutuhan zaman yang terus melaju ke banyak kesempatan dan persaingan, serta menjawab animo besar para calon intelektual yang setiap tahun tidak terbendung ingin menjadi bagian dari sivitas akademika Universitas Siliwangi.
Dengan berbekal pengalaman dan risalah panjang, Universitas Siliwangi sebagai perguruan tinggi terbesar di kawasan Priangan Timur dan menjadi bagian terpenting dalam pembangunan daerah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Segani dari
KKN atau kuliah kerja nyata sudah tidak terdengar asing di telinga kami. Seakan terbayang di pikiran kami menuju tempat yang asing, mendapatkan hal baru, pengalaman baru, dan berpikir bagaimana cara kami bergerak dan bisa berdampak. Desa Sarimukti adalah tempat di mana semua rasa penasaran itu berawal. Desa Sarimukti bagi kami bagaikan permata tersembunyi yang terletak di Kecamatan Karangnunggal, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya. Desa Sarimukti memiliki luas 1186,88 hektar yang didominasi dengan panorama alam perkebunan dan pesawahan. Ia subur seperti janji alam yang tak pernah ingkar. Desa Sarimukti memiliki jumlah penduduk mencapai 5.080 jiwa dengan terdiri dari 6 dusun, yaitu Dusun Petakan, Dusun Kiara Lawang, Dusun Cibungur, Dusun Pasir Sabelah, Dusun Sukahayu, dan Dusun Mekarsari dengan terdiri dari 36 rukun tetangga. Sebagian besar warga desa Sarimukti bermata pencarian sebagai petani. Desa ini memiliki potensi alam yang memukau. Salah satu tempat yang menjadi ikon keindahan alam Sarimukti adalah Pasir Pilar yang terletak di Dusun Kiara Lawang. Pasir Pilar memanjakan pemandangan pegunungan yang gagah menjulang berpadu dengan pemandangan biru laut yang memeluk cakrawala. Tak hanya itu, terdapat bangunan bersejarah di desa ini, tempat yang bagaikan awal dari cerita di desa Sarimukti. Tempat bersejarah tersebut adalah sebuah peninggalan Belanda, yaitu berupa gedung yang dulunya beroperasi sebagai gudang penyimpanan dan pengolahan karet sejak tahun 1930. Meski telah lama ditinggalkan, bangunan ini tetap berdiri kokoh hingga saat ini, seperti menjadi saksi tumbuh kembangnya desa Sarimukti. Jejak cerita kami dimulai dengan bergerak mengidentifikasi permasalahan dan pencarian solusi yang akan berdampak bagi desa dan masyarakat Sarimukti. Kami dari KKN 66 Sarimukti Universitas Siliwangi dengan beranggotakan 20 orang memiliki 3 bidang program kerja, yaitu di bidang kesehatan, pendidikan, dan ekonomi, dengan mengambil tema optimalisasi pendidikan masyarakat desa melalui KKN tematik di era industri 4.0 untuk mendukung pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dengan topik kegiatan pertama, peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, kedua, peningkatan kualitas kesehatan, dan ketiga, pertumbuhan ekonomi masyarakat. Jejak selanjutnya, kami mulai melakukan program kerja satu persatu. Dimulai dengan di bidang kesehatan yang mana menjadi fokus utama kami. Diawali dengan kegiatan Gerakan Masyarakat Sehat atau GEMAS yang mana berupa kegiatan senam bersama warga desa Sarimukti. Lalu dilanjut dengan program utama kami yaitu seminar Sex Education yang mana bagi masyarakat pedesaan pendidikan seksual ini masih sering dipandang sebagai topik yang tabu. Namun kami ingin memberikan secercah pengetahuan melalui seminar Sex Education ini yang mana lahir dari permasalahan pergaulan bebas yang menjadi sebuah keresahan bagi desa dan lahir dari keprihatinan kami sendiri melihat minimnya pengetahuan remaja tentang pendidikan seksual di era perkembangan teknologi digital yang mana dengan tantangan yang bisa memengaruhi pemahaman dan perilaku individu terkait seksualitas. Melalui seminar Sex Education dengan tema Tegas Menolak Seks Bebas dengan Memahami Seksualitas di Era Digital, kelompok kami menciptakan komunikasi yang lebih terbuka dengan ruang diskusi yang nyaman dan aman bagi remaja di desa Sarimukti. Kami membantu membentuk kesadaran remaja akan pentingnya pendidikan seksual di era digital dan menjadikan topik tersebut bukanlah lagi hal tabu untuk dipelajari di era ini. Dalam bidang pendidikan, kami meninggalkan jejak dengan melakukan program yaitu KKN 66 Sarimukti Goes to School dengan sasaran 3 sekolah dasar yaitu SD Jaya Mukti, Kiara Lawang, Muktisari, dan 1 SMP yaitu SMPN 3 Karangnunggal. Dalam program ini, kami fokus dalam kegiatan SPARK atau Science, Play, and Research for Kids. SPARK dirancang untuk membentuk kreativitas dan meningkatkan kemampuan berpikir kritis siswa sejak dini. Sasaran dari kegiatan ini adalah siswa kelas 4 yang sudah mempelajari materi tentang perubahan energi. SPARK memperkenalkan pembelajaran sains secara sederhana dan menyenangkan melalui alat praktikum yang menarik. Melalui pendekatan belajar yang interaktif dengan alat peraga, siswa diajak untuk memahami bagaimana suatu energi dapat berubah bentuk, mulai dari energi kimia hingga menjadi energi listrik. Tidak hanya belajar, para siswa juga diajak untuk mengamati dan membandingkan apa yang terjadi selama kegiatan praktikum berlangsung. Selain melakukan kegiatan SPARK, kami melakukan kegiatan pendamping lain, yaitu melakukan pembelajaran dari kelas 1 sampai 6 yang mencakup mata pelajaran matematika, olahraga, storytelling, dan LTI yang dikemas dengan kegiatan menyenangkan. Sedangkan KKN 66 Sarimukti Goes to School di SMPN 3 Karangnunggal, kami melakukan kegiatan nonton bersama dan bedah film motivasi berjudul Sepatu Dahlan. Jejak kami selanjutnya mengarah ke bidang ekonomi. Kami melihat adanya UMKM potensial dengan brand Cerorom yang telah berdiri sejak tahun 1999. Mereka bergerak di bidang makanan ringan yang terdiri dari keripik singkong, keripik talas, dan sale pisang. Namun, walaupun sudah bertahan bertahun-tahun, Cerorom belum bisa memaksimalkan pasar dikarenakan keterbatasan dalam hal pemasarannya. Maka, kami bergerak dengan mencoba merebranding melalui pembuatan logo sebagai ciri khas bagi produk jualan Cerorom dan mencoba menjangkau pasar yang lebih luas dengan pembuatan video promosi di media sosial.
Tapi alhamdulillah sekarang mungkin dari KKN Unsil udah dibuatkan logo ya, jadi semua merek itu ada logo atau ciri khasnya gitu ya.
Jejak akhir kami di desa ini adalah mengadakan Sarimukti Festival dengan tujuan memperkuat keakraban antar dusun dan melestarikan budaya. Hal ini dilakukan dengan diadakannya perlombaan badminton dan perlombaan permainan tradisional antar sekolah di desa Sarimukti. Kegiatan ini menjadi penutup jejak kami di desa ini. Semoga jejak kecil ini menjadi awal dari langkah besar bagi desa, masyarakat, dan kami. Seperti halnya desa Sarimukti yang akan selalu hidup di ingatan kami sebagai tempat di mana mimpi dan harapan bertemu, kami, kelompok KKN 66 Sarimukti Universitas Siliwangi, berharap dapat diingat sebagai kelompok yang telah bergerak dan berdampak.
Perkenalkan, saya Muhammad Fajan Azmi selaku koordinator desa kelompok KKN 66 Sarimukti yang mewakili seluruh rekan-rekan kelompok. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada LPPM, Universitas Siliwangi, serta DPL dan juga aparat desa, kecamatan yang berada di Desa Sarimukti dan juga Kecamatan Karangnunggal, dan juga tidak lupa rekan-rekan seperjuangan yaitu kelompok 66 Sarimukti yang berjumlah anggota 20 orang. Dengan ini saya mengucapkan terima kasih.
In the southwest of Tasikmalaya city, there lies a village called Banyuasi, located in Taraju sub-district, Tasikmalaya Regency, a serene, peaceful and tranquil village. This is where we carried out our community service program. A new journey.
Harapan adalah impian yang sedang berlayar. Perjalanan menuju desa Banyuasi dimulai dengan sebuah harapan besar untuk mengabdi kepada masyarakat desa. Kami, sekelompok mahasiswa KKN, meninggalkan hiruk pikuk kota dengan semangat membara untuk menjelajahi sudut Tasikmalaya. Perjalanan kami dimulai dengan menempuh perjalanan darat sekitar 1 jam 30 menit dari kampus. Hingga akhirnya tiba di sebuah desa yang bernama Desa Banyuasi. Desa ini terletak di Kecamatan Taraju, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, Jawa Barat. Di sini, kami disambut hangat oleh perangkat desa dan juga warga yang sangat ramah dan terbuka. Mereka menerima kedatangan kami dengan senyuman tulus dan keramahan yang menghangatkan hati. Berdasarkan data dari Badan Pusat Statistik Kecamatan Taraju, jumlah penduduk Desa Banyuasi pada tahun 2024 tercatat sebanyak 4.086 jiwa dengan 1.214 kepala keluarga. Desa Banyuasi dikelilingi oleh perkebunan teh, sehingga mata pencaharian utama masyarakatnya adalah bertani, beternak, berdagang, dan menjadi pekerja kebun. Dalam pelaksanaan KKN ini, kami memiliki perencanaan pada 3 bidang program kerja: peningkatan kualitas kesehatan, peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, peningkatan kualitas lingkungan. Di minggu pertama, kami berfokus melakukan observasi dan silaturahmi dengan warga desa, serta perangkat desa. Langkah ini kami lakukan untuk mensurvei tata letak desa dan menyesuaikan program kerja yang akan kami jalankan. Beberapa minggu berlalu, kami mulai mengabdikan diri untuk memahami kebutuhan dan tantangan yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat desa. Kami juga membantu mengajar di 2 sekolah dasar di desa ini, yaitu SDN Sundapura dan SDN 1 Taraju. Hal yang sangat mengesankan bagi kami adalah semangat para anak-anak desa dalam menuntut ilmu. Tiada hari tanpa belajar, tiada hari tanpa menimba ilmu. Usaha adalah kunci keberhasilan dalam segala hal. Meskipun tantangan selalu ada, kami tidak pernah menyerah. Kami percaya bahwa tetes keringat yang jatuh adalah investasi untuk masa depan yang lebih baik bagi desa ini. Selama masa KKN ini, kami tidak hanya membagikan ilmu dan keterampilan, tetapi juga mempelajari banyak hal dari masyarakat desa. Kami belajar tentang kearifan lokal, tradisi, dan cara hidup yang sederhana namun penuh oleh makna.
Di atasnya itu kan di pengumuman-pengumuman.
Kami melaksanakan beberapa program untuk mendukung pembangunan desa seperti
1. Pembuatan marka jalan, yang mana program ini bertujuan meningkatkan keselamatan dan kenyamanan pengguna jalan di desa. Dua, pembuatan tong sampah, dengan harapan menciptakan lingkungan yang lebih bersih dan sehat untuk warga desa. 3. Seminar apotek hidup dan pemberian bibit tanaman. Kami memberikan edukasi tentang manfaat tanaman obat dan mendistribusikan bibit kepada masyarakat. Yang keempat, penyuluhan KB dan HIP. Kami mengedukasi masyarakat mengenai pentingnya perencanaan keluarga dan pencegahan penyakit menular. 5. Pembiasaan hidup bersih dan sehat, yang mana kami mempraktikkan pentingnya cuci tangan dengan sabun kepada masyarakat, khususnya anak-anak. Kami juga melaksanakan beberapa agenda kerja untuk mendukung kegiatan sosial dan edukasi. Yang pertama, kami rutin melakukan agenda Jumat Bersih. Kami bekerja sama bersama warga untuk menjaga kebersihan tempat ibadah di setiap hari Jumat. Yang kedua, senam pagi, yang mana kegiatan tersebut dilaksanakan setiap minggu pagi yang dihadiri oleh ibu-ibu desa untuk meningkatkan kebugaran. Lalu ada Minggu Ulin. Kami melaksanakan agenda kerja tersebut bersama anak-anak desa. Kami mengadakan kegiatan menonton film edukasi dan bermain permainan tradisional. Selain itu, kami sering menghadiri pengajian harian, mingguan, maupun bulanan yang diselenggarakan di desa sebagai bentuk integrasi kami dengan kegiatan keagamaan bersama masyarakat. Yang terakhir, kami dengan rutin mengikuti agenda kerja Posyandu. Kami aktif mengikuti kegiatan Posyandu untuk membantu dan belajar tentang pelayanan kesehatan bagi ibu dan anak. Saat-saat terakhir bersama warga desa terasa begitu menyisakan dada. Ikatan yang telah terjalin selama 1 bulan ini seakan tidak ingin diputus begitu saja. Rasa haru pun menjadi tak terbendung. Ikatan batin yang telah terjalin erat membuat kami tak sanggup menahan air mata. Meski jarak akan memisahkan, memori indah ini akan selalu tersimpan rapi di sanubari kami. Kepergian kami hanyalah sebuah perpisahan sementara. Namun, kenangan manis di desa ini akan abadi menemani perjalanan hidup kami ke depan. Terima kasih, Desa Banyuasin.
She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you shine. It's your golden hour. You
Di tanah Cibuni Asih yang subur, di antara sawah hijau dan angin lembut, kami datang membawa mimpi-mimpi kecil, bercahaya seperti bintang di malam syahdu. Ada cerita yang ingin kami ukir di jalan-jalan desa, di hati penduduk yang sabar, mengenalkan sadar wisata, agar keindahan ini menjadi milik dunia. Di tengah keindahan alam desa Cibuni Asih yang asri, cerita pengabdian kami dimulai. Sebuah perjalanan penuh dedikasi dan kebersamaan di bawah naungan program KKN tematik Universitas Siliwangi. Desa Cibuni Asih kaya akan sumber daya alam yang melimpah, dari pertanian serta perkebunan, seperti kelapa, durian, manggis, hingga kakao. Keindahan alam dan kearifan lokal yang ada, mulai dari Taman Batu Jasper, aliran Sungai Cimedang, Parakan Barunai, kesenian calung, dan kuda lumping. Semuanya berpotensi untuk pengembangan desa wisata. Terlebih lagi, Desa Cibuni Asih sudah ditetapkan sebagai desa wisata rintisan. Namun, pengelolaan oleh masyarakat belum dilakukan secara maksimal. Ini menjadi tantangan tersendiri yang harus kami hadapi. Dalam semangat kolaborasi, kami mengajak masyarakat Desa Cibuni Asih untuk meningkatkan pengelolaan segala potensi yang mereka miliki dengan tema peningkatan ekonomi masyarakat melalui pengembangan desa wisata. Tema tersebut membawa harapan dengan berkembangnya desa wisata akan mendorong kehidupan perekonomian masyarakat ke arah yang lebih baik. Melalui program utama, yakni penyuluhan masyarakat sadar wisata dan pembuatan buku pedoman kelompok sadar wisata, masyarakat diajak untuk lebih mengenal konsep desa wisata. Revitalisasi destinasi wisata menjadi upaya kami menghadirkan pesona tersembunyi Desa Cibuni Asih. Kawasan Batu Jasper dengan potensi geologinya menjadi destinasi wisata minat khusus, wisata air Parakanan Barunai yang menawarkan keindahan aliran sungai, serta Dam Galuh Taruna yang menjadi sumber air bagi ratusan hektar sawah di 3 desa. Kami percaya bahwa digitalisasi adalah kunci promosi desa wisata di era modern. Melalui workshop digital marketing, kami mempersiapkan pemerintah desa, Karang Taruna, dan pelaku UMKM untuk memperluas jangkauan potensi desa dengan memanfaatkan website layanan desa dan media sosial. Kami berharap dapat meningkatkan branding desa Cibuni Asih. Tak hanya fokus pada pariwisata, kami turut menyentuh aspek pendidikan dan kesehatan dalam mempersiapkan generasi muda Desa Cibuni Asih yang berkualitas melalui edukasi sadar lingkungan dan kesehatan remaja serta program generasi takwa. Kebiar Cibuni Asih menjadi momen puncak pengabdian kami seni, hiburan, dan semangat warga menyatu dalam kebahagiaan. Bersama-sama, kami merayakan potensi dan keunikan desa tercinta ini. Momen ini tidak hanya memperkuat kebersamaan, tapi juga menumbuhkan rasa bangga akan budaya lokal. Kami pulang membawa cerita, kenangan, dan pembelajaran yang tak ternilai. Namun lebih dari itu, kami meninggalkan jejak kecil untuk masa depan desa Cibuni Asih yang lebih cerah. Dengan penuh syukur, kami persembahkan Oktan Mukti ini sebagai pengingat perjalanan indah bersama desa Cibuni Asih. Dari kami, KKN Tematik 74 Universitas Siliwangi. Izin pamit.
Di kaki perbukitan Cigalontang, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, dengan koordinat 7 derajat 20 menit 46 detik lintang selatan dan 107 derajat 59 menit 33 detik bujur timur, terbentang sebuah desa seluas 732,96 hektar dan dihuni oleh sekitar 4.119 jiwa. Desa Nangtang adalah sebuah desa yang kaya akan alam, tradisi, dan kebersamaan. Sebuah tempat yang jauh dari hiruk-pikuk kota, namun kaya akan kehangatan dan kearifan lokal. Jalan-jalan kecil yang berkelok, udara segar yang menyapa sejak pagi, serta senyum ramah warga menjadi kesan pertama yang menyentuh hati. Namun, keindahan desa Nangtang bukan hanya terletak pada alamnya. Lebih dari itu, kehidupan masyarakatnya mencerminkan semangat yang tulus dalam menjaga roda perekonomian desa. Dikelilingi oleh hijaunya sawah dan perbukitan, Nangtang menyimpan potensi besar yang tumbuh bersama warganya yang ramah dan penuh semangat gotong royong. Sebagian besar penduduk menggantungkan hidup dari sektor pertanian. Sawah-sawah luas menjadi lahan utama kehidupan warga, tempat mereka menanam padi, singkong, dan berbagai hasil bumi lainnya dengan penuh kesabaran. Selain pertanian, desa Nangtang juga dikenal dengan ciri khas produk lokalnya yang kaya nilai budaya. Di antaranya adalah gula aren yang diolah secara tradisional dari pohon enau dan menjadi sumber penghasilan penting bagi warga, serta kerajinan kayu dan anyaman yang dibuat dengan tangan-tangan terampil warga sebagai simbol kreativitas desa yang terus hidup dari generasi ke generasi. Semua ini bukan sekedar sumber ekonomi, tapi juga identitas yang diwariskan lintas generasi. Tapi ada satu hal yang menegaskan kekuatan Nangtang, yaitu jiwa gotong royong dan keramah tamahan warga-warganya. Desa ini mengajarkan satu hal penting. Mereka tidak sekedar ramah, mereka menerima kami dengan tangan terbuka dan hati yang hangat. Setiap senyum dan sapaan membuat kami merasa diterima.
seolah menjadi bagian dari keluarga besar. Namun, di balik potensi yang besar, Desa Nangtang juga menghadapi berbagai jenis tantangan. Di sektor pertanian, beberapa jenis hama seperti hama merah menjadi ancaman serius yang sulit dibasmi dan kerap mengganggu hasil panen. Menanggapi tantangan tersebut, kami menetapkan program kerja utama yang kami beri nama Tangkap Padi, singkatan dari Tingkatkan Nangtang dengan Kualitas dan Produktivitas Padi, yaitu sebuah bentuk sosialisasi dan edukasi untuk meningkatkan hasil pertanian dan meminimalisasi dampak hama. Program ini kami wujudkan bersama petani setempat dengan semangat belajar dan berbagi.
Alhamdulillah senang sekali proker utama kelompok kita sudah beres mengenai sosialisasi mengenai pertanian. Semoga apa yang kita sampaikan dapat bermanfaat bagi para petani dan dapat meningkatkan perekonomian masyarakat di Desa Nangtang.
Sebagai program kerja pendukung, kami menjalankan program Nangtangpreneur, yaitu edukasi dan praktik langsung dalam meningkatkan kualitas promosi UMKM lokal melalui media sosial.
Alhamdulillah, program Nangtangpreneur tentang sosialisasi dan edukasi praktik peningkatan promosi UMKM telah selesai dilaksanakan. Respon dari pelaku UMKM sangat baik dan sangat terbuka dan sangat antusias terhadap proker yang kami ajukan terhadap para pelaku UMKM. Saya harap proker ini dapat membantu peningkatan promosi UMKM dan UMKM bisa lebih mencapai pasar yang lebih luas di masyarakat.
Kami juga melakukan sosialisasi koperasi Desa Merah Putih sebagai langkah awal menguatkan fondasi koperasi yang baru lahir ini.
Alhamdulillah, program kerja sosialisasi Koperasi Merah Putih di Desa Nangtang telah berjalan lancar dan antusiasme warga berjalan dengan baik. Dan harapan kedepannya semoga Koperasi Merah Putih di Desa Nangtang berkembang dengan baik dan maju.
Di bidang pendidikan, kami mengadakan English Fun, yaitu kegiatan belajar bahasa Inggris untuk anak-anak sekolah dasar, yang dilaksanakan selama 3 hari berturut-turut dari tanggal 7 hingga 9 Juli. Kami juga terlibat dalam perpisahan siswa-siswi madrasah yang dibalut dengan semarak perayaan 1 Muharram melalui acara qasidahan dan hiburan dari anak-anak madrasah. Dalam kegiatan perpisahan SD dan SMP pun turut kami dampingi sebagai bentuk dukungan pada momen penting dalam dunia pendidikan anak-anak desa. Dalam aspek keagamaan dan sosial, kami ikut serta dalam gotong royong warga di berbagai titik desa. Kami juga mengikuti pengajian rutin setiap malam Jumat, serta mengadakan kegiatan maghrib mengaji, yaitu bimbingan mengaji untuk anak-anak setiap Selasa saat waktu maghrib. Dan sebagai penutup seluruh rangkaian kebersamaan ini, kami mempersembahkan acara Nangtang Music Show sebagai malam penutupan serta perpisahan bagi kami yang dipenuhi tawa, musik, dan kenangan yang tak akan terlupakan. Selama kurang lebih 30 hari kami di sini, kami tidak hanya hadir sebagai mahasiswa yang membawa program kerja. Kami datang untuk belajar memahami, merasakan, dan menghargai kehidupan desa dari dalam. Setiap pertemuan, setiap cerita, dan setiap kerjasama dengan warga menjadi pengingat bahwa ilmu sejati tidak hanya ditemukan di ruang kelas, tapi juga di tengah kehidupan nyata. Dari sinilah kami sadar bahwa pengabdian bukan hanya tentang memberi, tetapi juga tentang menerima dan tumbuh bersama. Dan Desa Nangtang dengan segala kesederhanaannya telah menjadi guru kehidupan bagi kami. Kini, perjalanan ini telah sampai di ujungnya, tapi kenangan, pelajaran, dan cinta dari desa ini akan terus hidup bersama kami. Terima kasih Desa Nangtang untuk ilmu, cinta, dan kehangatan yang tak ternilai. Sejauh apapun kaki kami melangkah, kami akan selalu mengingat. Disinilah kami belajar tentang arti kebersamaan yang sesungguhnya.
KKN 16 berani berkembang bersama Nangtang.
Langkah kami dimulai dari sebuah niat untuk mengabdi, belajar, dan tumbuh bersama masyarakat. Di balik hijaunya alam, di antara senyum hangat warga, kami menemukan rumah kedua. Inilah cerita pengabdian kami di Desa Kersagali. Desa Kersagali, sebuah desa yang terletak di Kecamatan Jatiwaras, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, Jawa Barat, Indonesia. Desa ini memiliki luas kurang lebih 980 hektar. Desa ini terdiri dari 5 dusun, yaitu Dusun Cilendi, Dusun Bakung, Barangbang, Setiakarya, dan Parung Jagong. Dengan struktur pemerintahan yang terdiri dari 5 kepala dusun, 5 RW, dan 19 RT, desa ini dihuni oleh lebih dari 3.000 jiwa yang hidup rukun dan juga bersahaja. Mayoritas pekerjaan warga adalah seorang petani, dan juga pedagang, yang menjadi tulang punggung utama dalam menopang perekonomian desa. Desa Kersagali menyimpan berbagai potensi yang luar biasa, khususnya di sektor pertanian dan ekowisata. Dengan mayoritas penduduk yang berprofesi sebagai petani, lahan yang subur, serta ketersediaan air yang melimpah menjadi kekuatan utama dalam mendukung praktik pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Tak hanya itu, keindahan alamnya pun memikat hati. Dengan wisata alam seperti Curug Pase dan Lobi Kopeng, Desa Kersagali memiliki daya tarik wisata yang siap dikembangkan lebih jauh. Kehadiran mahasiswa KKN di Desa Kersagali tidak hanya ditandai dengan pelaksanaan program kerja, tetapi juga dengan hadirnya semangat kebersamaan yang tumbuh melalui berbagai kegiatan bersama warga, dimulai dari program-program tambahan yang menyentuh langsung kehidupan sosial masyarakat. Mahasiswa aktif menginisiasi pengajian rutin sebagai ruang spiritual sekaligus ajang silaturahmi antar warga. Senam pagi bersama warga menjadi wadah menjaga kebugaran sekaligus membangun kedekatan lintas usia. Di sisi lain, kepedulian terhadap kesehatan diwujudkan melalui pendampingan kegiatan posyandu, membantu pelayanan kesehatan ibu dan anak di tingkat dusun. Semangat gotong royong pun tercermin dalam kerja bakti dan bersih-bersih lingkungan bersama warga. Mahasiswa juga turut berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan imtihan dan tabligh akbar. Memperkuat relasi spiritual dan sosial di tengah masyarakat. Selanjutnya, mahasiswa juga melaksanakan program pendukung yang berfokus pada edukasi dan pemberdayaan. Di bidang pendidikan, dilakukan penyuluhan keuangan, gemar menabung. Menabung sejak dini membentuk kebiasaan yang berarti. Gemar menabung bukan sekedar program, tapi perjalanan menuju masa depan yang lebih cerah. Karena dari uang receh, lahir tanggung jawab. Dan dari kebiasaan kecil, tumbuh karakter besar. Kegiatan selanjutnya, ngopi, ngobrol mimpi. Bersama pelajar SMPN 3 Jatiwaras yang mendorong semangat berani bermimpi dan menggapainya. dari rangkaian pengabdian ini adalah pelaksanaan program kerja utama yang menyasar langsung isu ketahanan pangan, pemberdayaan ekonomi, dan pelestarian lingkungan. Melalui workshop pekarangan pangan lestari P2L bertema Pekarangan Subur Keluarga Makmur, wujudkan ketahanan pangan dari rumah. Mahasiswa mengajak warga memanfaatkan lahan pekarangan secara optimal untuk menghasilkan pangan sehat dan juga mandiri.
Kami banyak ucapkan terima kasih atas kegiatan ini, dan kami insya Allah memanfaatkan segala ilmu yang telah adik-adik mahasiswa berikan kepada kami. Adik-adik mahasiswa, jujur saya merasa terharu sebagai orang tua. Banyak anak-anak generasi muda yang peduli tentang pertanian, sementara di luar sana mungkin sebagian kecil lah yang peduli tentang, padahal itu kebutuhan pokok. Jelas kami menghargai semua.
Kemudian, program Go Halal Go Digital hadir sebagai jawaban atas kebutuhan pelaku UMKM terkait sertifikasi halal dan pemanfaatan teknologi digital untuk memperluas pasar. Sementara itu, Temu Alam menjadi momen reflektif sekaligus edukatif, mengajak masyarakat dan mahasiswa untuk menjelajahi alam sekitar dan menumbuhkan kesadaran akan pentingnya menjaga kelestarian alam.
Satu, dua,
Sebagai penutup kegiatan, telah dilaksanakan turnamen voli selama 2 hari dengan mengusung tema Junjung Sportivitas, Raih Solidaritas. Kegiatan ini bukan hanya menjadi ajang kompetensi, tetapi juga mempererat tali silaturahmi antar warga dan juga mahasiswa. Membangun semangat kebersamaan serta menutup seluruh rangkaian pengabdian dengan penuh antusias dan sukacita. Seluruh rangkaian pengabdian secara resmi ditutup melalui seremonial perpisahan yang dilaksanakan di Aula Desa Kersagali. Dihadiri oleh Kepala Desa Kersagali serta RT RW dari setiap dusun. Momen ini menjadi simbol dan juga apresiasi atas kerjasama yang telah terjalin, sekaligus penanda berakhirnya kegiatan pengabdian dengan penuh rasa syukur dan kebersamaan. Kini, waktu telah membawa kami pada akhir cerita. Namun, setiap momen tawa, peluh dan pelajaran yang kami rasakan akan tetap hidup dalam kenangan. Waktu memang singkat, tapi kenangan ini akan tetap melekat. Kami datang sebagai mahasiswa, tapi kami pulang sebagai keluarga. Sampai jumpa di pertemuan yang lebih indah. KKN di Desa Kersagali, jejak langkah pengabdian yang tak akan pernah terlupakan.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Randi Febrian Pratama. Saya mewakili dari mahasiswa-mahasiswi KKN kelompok 28 Desa Kersagali mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada pihak LPPM Universitas Siliwangi, pemerintah Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, Kecamatan Jatiwaras, maupun pemerintah Desa Kersagali, serta kepala dusun yang ada di wilayah tersebut yang telah membantu kami dalam observasi lapangan secara langsung, khususnya di wilayah Kersagali, maupun kepada pihak yang turut membantu kami atas program yang sudah kami jalankan. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih.
In a short time, we built something meaningful with the people, the place, and each other. Every smile and every moment counted. A journey to remember, a bond to cherish. This is the story of KKN 30 Ciwarak. Pada satu masa dalam hidup kami, desa kecil di bagian selatan Tasikmalaya bukan hanya sekedar lokasi pengabdian, melainkan menjadi tempat yang memiliki suasana seperti rumah, tempat belajar, bertumbuh, dan memberikan makna lebih daripada pengabdian. Desa Ciwarak memiliki luas wilayah 1.165 hektar dan terletak di Kecamatan Jatiwaras. Desa ini memiliki persawahan seluas 195 hektar dan bukit yang menjulang tinggi.
Kalau menurut saya, penamaan Ciwarak itu atau desa Ciwarak itu mungkin warisan dari tokoh-tokoh masyarakat terdahulu, ya, sehingga mempunyai arti sendiri. Kemungkinan kalau saya artikan, Ciwarak itu adalah tempatnya asri, tempatnya bersih, tempatnya tenang, sehingga tetangga dengan tetangga atau RT antar RT itu bisa rapih, rukun, dan yang terpenting kemungkinan bertakwalah kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, sehingga kita dapat ridhonya di akhir nanti.
Kabut tipis yang menyambut pagi, hawa sejuk yang menyelimuti raga, dan nyanyian burung yang mengalun indah menemani perjalanan pagi pada hari-hari pengabdian. Desa Ciwarak berada pada ketinggian antara 500 sampai 700 meter di atas permukaan laut. Meski demikian, Desa Ciwarak memiliki 6 wilayah yang berada pada ketinggian yang berbeda. Dusun Serang, Dusun Sindang Sari, Dusun Pasir Parigi, Dusun Sukasenang, Dusun Talagasari, dan Dusun Mekarwangi. Di sebelah barat, berbatasan dengan Desa Singajaya, Kecamatan Cibalong, dengan Sungai Ciulan yang membentang. Di sana terdapat salah satu hasil karya kebersamaan masyarakat, yaitu jembatan gantung yang menjadi penghubung antara dua desa. Bukan hanya sekedar sarana transportasi, tetapi juga menjadi jalur penting yang mendukung aktivitas sosial dan ekonomi antar warga. Disinilah awal perjalanan kami dimulai. Program kerja pertama yang kami lakukan adalah belajar bersama adik-adik sekolah dasar. Kami berinteraksi secara langsung agar dapat memberikan edukasi dan motivasi dalam pembelajaran bahasa Inggris dengan konsep yang menyenangkan dan dekat dengan keseharian mereka. Kami mengajak mereka untuk mengucapkan kata-kata sederhana dan kosakata baru dengan semangat. Suasana kelas tak terasa ada tekanan, yang ada hanyalah tawa dan rasa ingin tahu di setiap sudut ruangan. Selanjutnya, setelah melakukan observasi, kami mengetahui bahwa sektor pertanian merupakan tulang punggung Desa Ciwarak. Maka, diselenggarakanlah SIPADI, Sosialisasi Inovasi Pestisida Nabati untuk Padi. Beberapa waktu terakhir, produktivitas hasil usaha tani terhambat oleh hama. Kami memberikan demonstrasi pembuatan pestisida nabati dengan bahan-bahan yang ada di sekitar. Selain ramah lingkungan, pestisida nabati ini mudah dibuat. Warga tak hanya menerima, tapi juga aktif bertanya, mencoba, dan berdiskusi. Ini bukan sekedar praktik pertanian, tapi berbagi pengetahuan dan pengalaman. Program kerja terakhir yang kami adakan adalah Ngobis, Ngobrol Bisnis Digital. Kami mengenalkan dunia digital kepada para pelaku UMKM. Meskipun bukan hal yang baru, akan tetapi potensi UMKM di Desa Ciwarak yang beragam belum terpublikasi di media digital. Bersama para pemuda yang tergabung dalam komunitas digital desa, kami tidak hanya mendampingi, tapi juga membangun kepercayaan diri para pelaku UMKM untuk mulai melangkah ke ranah digital. Setiap sesi ngobis membawa cerita baru tentang ibu rumah tangga yang belajar membuat konten yang menarik dan pemuda yang mulai mengatur toko online. Kolaborasi kami bukan sekedar transfer ilmu, tapi juga transfer semangat. Karena kami percaya, digitalisasi bukan milik kota besar saja. UMKM desa pun pantas mendapatkan panggungnya sendiri. Ngobis bukan akhir dari program kerja, tapi awal dari gerakan digital yang dibangun bersama oleh desa dan untuk desa. Program tersebut kami selenggarakan sesuai dengan tema integrasi potensi desa Ciwarak dengan menumbuhkan inovasi lokal, pertumbuhan ekonomi, dan pemberdayaan komunitas berbasis SDGs. Selain ketiga program utama, kami juga turut aktif dalam kegiatan yang ada di masyarakat. Kami hadir bukan sebagai tamu, tapi kami berusaha untuk menjadi bagian dari kisah warga. Kami turut serta dalam kegiatan posyandu yang rutin dilaksanakan setiap bulan. Dari sini, kami diajarkan mengenai ketelatenan, kesabaran, dan kepedulian. Lalu, kami bersama warga melakukan kerja bakti dalam membersihkan jalan. Tanpa sekat antara mahasiswa dan warga, semua bahu-membahu dan larut dalam kesibukan bersama. Obrolan ringan mengiringi setiap gerakan. Dari sini kami menyadari, gotong royong bukan hanya semboyan, tapi nafas dari kehidupan bermasyarakat. Hari-hari berlalu, kami kembali merasakan dinamika kehidupan masyarakat melalui tradisi Muharram yang digelar dengan semarak. Kami tak hanya menjadi penonton, tapi turut ambil bagian dalam rangkaian acara sebagai bentuk penghargaan dan penghayatan terhadap budaya lokal. Barisan warga mulai berkumpul dengan membawa obor yang menyala terang, menciptakan suasana khidmat dan penuh makna. Anak-anak dengan wajah riang berbaur dengan sorakan penonton saat lomba dimulai. Bukan hanya tentang siapa yang menang, melainkan tentang semangat sportivitas yang tumbuh sejak dini, tentang keberanian dan menikmati setiap proses bersama. Semangat persaingan sehat masih terus berlanjut dalam rangkaian turnamen futsal antar kampung yang menjadi penutup rangkaian kegiatan. Pada akhirnya, dalam waktu yang singkat ini, kami berharap apa yang telah kami lakukan dapat bermanfaat dan dapat dikembangkan oleh masyarakat. Kami datang sebagai orang asing dengan membawa harapan, program kerja, dan semangat belajar. Tapi sejak hari pertama, kami disambut bukan dengan formalitas, melainkan kehangatan yang tak bisa dilukiskan. Kami belajar bahwa kepercayaan tumbuh dari kebersamaan dan senyum tulus yang selalu menyertai setiap langkah kami. Pengalaman ini membuka mata kami bahwa pengabdian tak harus selalu besar, namun harus dilakukan dengan tulus. Terima kasih LPPM Unsil telah membuka jalan mengabdi bagi kami. Terima kasih Ciwarak atas kehangatan dan pelajaran hidup yang tak kami temukan di bangku kuliah. Dari cerita para ibu, semangat para pemuda, hingga tawa anak-anak yang memegang tangan kami tanpa ragu.
Selalu jauhkanmu dari dunia yang jahat. Ini sumpahku padamu untuk biarkanmu lebih baik. Sekali panggilanku.
Inilah cerita kami, kelompok mahasiswa Universitas Siliwangi dari berbagai jurusan yang dipertemukan oleh satu tujuan yang sama, yaitu menjadi bagian dari perubahan kecil yang berarti di Desa Sukamaju. Dengan semangat muda dan hati yang terbuka, kami datang ke Desa Sukamaju bukan hanya untuk mengabdi, tetapi juga untuk belajar dan tumbuh bersama. Kami hadir, menyapa, mendengar, dan menyelami kehidupan masyarakat, berusaha memahami apa yang menjadi harapan, tantangan, dan potensi yang ada. Dari sinilah perjalanan kami dimulai, dengan niat tulus membawa perubahan yang nyata sekecil apapun itu. Kami semakin mengenal wajah Desa Sukamaju, sebuah desa yang terletak di Kecamatan Pagar Ageng dengan luas wilayah sekitar 262,6 hektar. Desa ini terbagi menjadi 6 dusun. Ada Dusun Sukamaju, Dusun Tanjung Jaya, Dusun Ciakar, Dusun Kiara Pandak, Dusun Pasir Tamiang, dan Dusun Margaluyu. Dengan berbagai potensi dan dinamika yang ada, desa ini menjadi tempat kami belajar langsung dari kehidupan nyata. Selama berada di sini, kami membaur dan bersosialisasi dengan masyarakat, menggali berbagai persoalan yang dihadapi, sekaligus mencari solusi bersama, hingga hadirlah program pengabdian kami yang terdiri dari 3 pilar utama, yaitu pendidikan, UMKM, serta pertanian dan lingkungan. Ketiga pilar utama program kerja kami ini saling melengkapi dan bersinergi membentuk langkah kolektif yang terarah demi kemajuan Desa Sukamaju. Di Desa Sukamaju, kami belajar bahwa pengabdian bukan sekedar soal memberi, tetapi tentang tumbuh dan berjalan bersama. Di tengah derasnya arus perubahan zaman, kami menyadari anak-anak di desa ini turut menghadapi tantangan yang semakin kompleks. Dunia di sekitar mereka terus berubah begitu cepat, hingga kadang belum banyak ruang untuk menyalurkan energi dan rasa ingin tahu dengan cara yang positif. Kami percaya setiap anak di sini terlahir dengan potensi luar biasa. Melalui program pendidikan dan revitalisasi perpustakaan, kami ingin hadir sebagai teman maupun sahabat tempat mereka mengekspresikan diri, menemukan bakat, serta tumbuh menjadi pribadi yang percaya diri dan tangguh. Suasana belajar yang kami ciptakan bukan hanya tentang membaca buku atau memahami pelajaran, tetapi juga menumbuhkan keberanian untuk bermimpi setinggi langit, mengajarkan arti kejujuran, serta menanamkan nilai toleransi dalam keberagaman. Pengabdian ini bukan hanya tentang apa yang kami berikan, tapi tentang jejak kebersamaan dan benih harapan yang tumbuh di hati anak-anak Desa Sukamaju. Karena sejatinya, merekalah masa depan yang sedang kita bentuk bersama, dan setiap anak di sini berhak untuk tumbuh dan mewujudkan impian mereka. Di Desa Sukamaju, kami pun menyaksikan semangat dan ketekunan para pelaku UMKM yang tak pernah padam. Melalui kunjungan dan bincang hangat bersama mereka, kami memahami bahwa di tengah kemajuan zaman, para pelaku usaha ini masih sangat membutuhkan bimbingan dalam beradaptasi dengan dunia digital. Bagi mereka, UMKM bukan sekedar tentang berjualan, melainkan menjaga mimpi dan harapan keluarga. Namun, tanpa strategi yang tepat, produk-produk unggulan desa kerap terhalang untuk dikenal lebih luas. Maka dari itu, kami hadir melalui program gali dan revitalisasi potensi 5.0 UMKM bukan sekedar membawa perubahan, tetapi kami menjadi pendamping mereka untuk memperkuat identitas usaha lewat branding, pelatihan pembukaan keuangan, promosi digital, melalui sinergi antara kreativitas, teknologi, dan pendekatan personal. Kami ingin pelaku UMKM di Desa Sukamaju tidak hanya bertahan, tetapi juga berkembang secara mandiri dan berdaya saing. Oleh karena itu, dengan adanya program ini, kami berharap UMKM di Desa Sukamaju semakin percaya diri untuk berkembang, siap menjangkau pasar lebih luas, dan tumbuh menjadi kekuatan ekonomi desa yang berkelanjutan. Kami percaya perubahan besar berawal dari langkah kecil yang saling terhubung. Melalui program Sukalestari, kami bersinergi untuk menciptakan lingkungan yang lebih hijau dan pertanian yang berkelanjutan. Bersama warga, kami mengadakan pelatihan pembuatan pupuk organik cair, mengolah limbah minyak menjadi lilin aromaterapi, dan menanam sayuran di kebun mini sebagai sumber pangan sehat bagi semua. Program ini tidak hanya mendorong masyarakat untuk lebih peduli terhadap lingkungan, tetapi juga menghadirkan solusi nyata yang ramah lingkungan, praktis, dan dapat terus dilanjutkan secara mandiri. Semua program yang kami rancang tidak akan berjalan dengan lancar tanpa dukungan dan partisipasi aktif dari masyarakat. Karena kami percaya, jika kita berjalan bersama, setiap kebaikan sekecil apapun bisa memberi dampak nyata bagi masa depan desa Sukamaju. Desa Sukamaju atas kebersamaan dan kepercayaan yang telah diberikan untuk KKN 37 Sukamaju Pager Ager.
Bagaimana sih menurut pandangan Bapak atau apa saja pelajaran yang sekiranya sudah diambil dari Bapak mungkin pribadi setelah adanya mahasiswa yang KKN di Kelurahan Taman Sari, mungkin khususnya di wilayah RW 1?
Sangat banyak sekali, terutama untuk di RW 1 gitu.
Dalam menjalankan selama KKN itu banyak sekali pelajaran yang kami dapat di sini.
Di salah satu sudut kota Tasikmalaya yang masih menyimpan kesejukan dan ketenangan, berdirilah Kelurahan Taman Sari. Sebuah wilayah yang sederhana, namun syarat makna. Dikelilingi perbukitan kecil dan hamparan pertanian, Taman Sari memadukan wajah kota dan nuansa perdesaan dalam satu napas. Namun, apa yang terjadi ketika sekelompok pikiran muda penuh semangat dan niat tulus tiba di pintunya? Bukan sekedar datang untuk tinggal, tapi hadir untuk berbagi, untuk tumbuh bersama dan membawa perubahan. Satu langkah kecil dalam kebersamaan. Kami, sekelompok mahasiswa KKN 58 Taman Sari, datang dengan semangat yang tak terbendung. Ditempa oleh ilmu dari kampus dan semangat untuk berkontribusi nyata. Kami memulai perjalanan ini bukan sekadar menjalankan kewajiban, tapi menjalani sebuah bentuk pengabdian. Tas-tas kami berisi lebih dari sekedar pakaian dan alat tulis. Ada harapan, ketulusan, dan tekad. Usaha kami dimulai dari hal-hal kecil, tapi justru dari yang kecil itulah makna besar tumbuh. Di bidang pendidikan, kami mengadakan workshop literasi digital untuk ibu-ibu PKK dan kader. Di bidang kesehatan, kami menyelenggarakan seminar pencegahan stunting. Bersama para ibu, membahas pentingnya gizi dan pola asuh dalam membentuk generasi yang sehat dan kuat. Dalam ranah ekonomi, kami mempertemukan pelaku UMKM dengan konsep dasar marketing mix, membuka wawasan tentang cara mengelola produk, harga, promosi, hingga distribusi. Dan pada bidang lingkungan, kami mengangkat seminar Eco Health sebagai bentuk kepedulian terhadap lingkungan bersih yang berkelanjutan dan pengaruh langsung terhadap kualitas hidup. Namun, perjalanan ini tidak tanpa tantangan. Di balik semangat yang kami bawa, ada kenyataan lapangan yang tak selalu sesuai rencana. Dinamika internal kelompok, sampai perasaan frustasi ketika pekerjaan keras tak langsung menunjukkan hasil. Kami menghadapi hambatan mulai dari penolakan halus terhadap perubahan. Salah satu tantangan terbesar adalah menjangkau masyarakat secara menyeluruh. Wilayah Taman Sari yang cukup luas, dengan banyaknya RW dan letak rumah yang tersebar, membuat proses penyebaran informasi dan mobilisasi warga menjadi tidak mudah. Seiring waktu berjalan, benih usaha itu mulai tumbuh. Warga mulai terlihat lebih aktif, diskusi menjadi lebih terbuka, dan kegiatan demi kegiatan menemukan tempatnya di hati masyarakat. Kami menyaksikan perubahan itu secara nyata. Dari cara warga menerima informasi digital dengan lebih kritis, hingga semangat ibu-ibu yang kini lebih percaya diri berbicara tentang kesehatan anak dan lingkungan rumah. Namun, yang paling mengejutkan, perubahan itu tidak hanya terjadi di luar, tapi juga di dalam diri kami sendiri. Kami belajar untuk lebih sabar, lebih mendengar, dan lebih memahami bahwa pengabdian sejati tak pernah datang dari satu arah.
Terima kasih sekali lagi kami ucapkan.
Kesannya memang sangat banyak sekali. Yang pertama, mungkin kesannya saya sebagai warga Kelurahan Taman Sari berterima kasih kepada mahasiswa yang di KKN-kan, dilokasikan di Kelurahan Taman Sari, yaitu KKN 58.
Itu sungguh luar biasa karena anak-anak tuh kelihatannya aktif, kreatif, dan dalam segi acara-acaranya juga bisa dibilang lebih cerdas dalam segala baik itu persiapan ataupun pelaksanaan.
Oke, karena sudah sejauh ini sayang rasanya apabila kami mundur ya. Jadi kami tetap semangat walaupun kami tahu hal sedikit apapun yang kami berikan itu pasti insya Allah berdampak banyak untuk kelurahan ini.
Kenangan yang paling meninggalkan kesan dalam program ini adalah bersama warga sekitar yang selalu welcome terhadap peserta KKN, termasuk saya.
Seminimalnya saya ingin punya manfaat untuk orang-orang sekitar, terutama di Kelurahan Taman Sari. Selebihnya memang kalau saya pribadi nggak mematok untuk lokasi KKN harus di mana, karena memang esensi KKN itu sebetulnya mau dimanapun kita mau pengabdian gitu.
And all my sweeties told me I was losing my touch, losing my touch, losing my touch.
Di antara rimbunnya pohon pinus dan hamparan sawah, terhampar sebuah permata bernama Desa Tenjo Waringin. Sebuah tempat di mana cerita dimulai, harapan tumbuh, dan kebersamaan menjadi nafas kehidupan. Kami datang, membawa asa, ingin memahami, dan berkarya bersama. Desa Tenjo Waringin terletak di Kecamatan Salawu, Kabupaten Tasikmalaya. Desa Tenjo Waringin membentang seluas 439 hektar dan rumah bagi 5.277 jiwa. Terdiri dari 2.655 pria dan 2.622 wanita yang terbagi dalam 1.997 kepala keluarga. Desa ini terdiri dari 5 dusun, di antaranya Dusun Cigunung Tilu, Dusun Nonasigra, Dusun Ciomas, Dusun Sukasari, dan Dusun Citegu. Dari bukit, hutan pinus, hingga perkebunan, desa ini menyimpan potensi wisata, ekonomi, dan kebudayaan yang sangat besar. Di sekolah, kami hadirkan Tifan, Tenjo Waringin Fun and Unity. Program ini bukan sekadar kegiatan, melainkan upaya menanamkan kesadaran sejak dini kepada para pelajar. Kami mengajak mereka mengenal jenis sampah dan memahami pentingnya membuang sampah pada tempatnya. Pesan ini kami kemas dengan keceriaan, diselingi berbagai games dan aktivitas yang menyenangkan. Di tengah semangat kebersamaan, kami menyentuh sisi paling manusiawi dari pengabdian. Di Dusun Sukasari, kami diajak untuk berbagi, bukan materi, melainkan kepedulian. Kegiatan donor darah adalah wujud nyata dari kepedulian dan solidaritas. Setiap tetes darah yang mengalir adalah harapan baru bagi mereka yang membutuhkan. Kami bersyukur atas keikhlasan setiap hati yang tergerak, karena sejatinya memberi adalah menerima kebahagiaan yang tak terhingga. Di Ciomas, kami mendampingi kegiatan posbindu, tempat warga lanjut usia memeriksa kesehatannya secara rutin. Kegiatan keagamaan juga menjadi bagian penting, sebagai bentuk dukungan spiritual dan kebersamaan dengan masyarakat. Mengawali hari dengan semangat adalah cara terbaik untuk menyambut kebersamaan. Di Dusun Sukasari, kami mengajak seluruh warga untuk bersama-sama bergerak dan bergembira. Kegiatan senam segar ini bukan hanya tentang kebugaran fisik, tapi juga tentang merajut kebersamaan dan menyebarkan energi positif. Setiap gerakan dan setiap tawa adalah harmoni yang indah. Di setiap sudut Tenjo Waringin, kami menemukan kisah-kisah ekonomi yang hidup. Melalui program Telaka, Tenjo Waringin dalam lensa dan kata, kami berpetualang menggali kekayaan lokal. Telaka bukan sekadar program dokumentasi, tapi ruang untuk menghargai, bahwa di balik kesederhanaan selalu ada kekuatan yang layak diperjuangkan. Di antara keindahan alam Tenjo Waringin, tersembunyi panggilan untuk bertindak. Melalui berdikari, kami merajut kebersihan, kerapihan, dan keindahan di setiap sudut desa. Berdikari adalah bukti bahwa dengan tekad dan kebersamaan, kita bisa mengubah sebuah tempat menjadi sebuah karya. Tinjau Waringin kini semakin indah, semakin siap menyambut siapapun yang ingin menikmati pesonanya. Sebagai salah satu outcome berharga, kami hadirkan video profil Desa Wisata Tinjau Waringin. Melalui lensa kami, terpancar keindahan alam, kehangatan masyarakat, dan potensi wisata yang luar biasa. Bersama Dinas Pekerjaan Umum, Tata Ruang, dan Lingkungan Hidup, beserta Dinas Pariwisata, Pemuda dan Olahraga Kabupaten Tasikmalaya, kami membuat program Gema Tegas, Gerakan Masyarakat Tinjau Waringin Galakan Sampah. Ini adalah program unggulan untuk mengubah cara pandang terhadap sampah. Kita tunjukkan bahwa dari sampah bisa lahir inovasi seperti popping block, serta dengan adanya program ini dapat meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat akan potensi wisata. Gema Tegas adalah langkah nyata Tinjau Waringin, sebuah komitmen untuk menjadi desa wisata yang bersih, mandiri, dan berdaya melalui pengelolaan sampah yang inovatif. Selama 35 hari, kami, kelompok KKN 64 Universitas Siliwangi, mengabdi di desa ini. Kami datang dengan semangat membawa perubahan kecil dan pulang dengan banyak pelajaran yang besar. Namun, lebih dari sekedar menjalankan program, pengabdian ini telah menyatukan kami, 17 individu dengan latar belakang, kebiasaan, dan cara berpikir yang berbeda, dipertemukan dalam satu ruang pengabdian yang sama.
KKN 64 Tinjau Waringin.
Pengabdian kami mungkin sederhana, tapi ia tumbuh dari rasa ingin belajar, rasa ingin memahami, dan rasa untuk benar-benar menyatu dengan desa ini. Karena Tinjau Waringin bukan hanya tempat kami mengabdi, melainkan ruang yang membuka mata, bahwa kekuatan desa tumbuh ketika semua saling terlibat dan saling menguatkan. Panenjuan Bangsa, Waringin, Jembarasa.
All right. Good afternoon from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Sinarosa, Siliwangi International Webinar on Community Service Activity 2025 with the theme Innovative and Multidisciplinary Approaches to Capacity Building, Empowering Communities for a Sustainable Future. Thank you very much for coming back on our Zoom meeting after the break session. And after this, we will have another outstanding keynote speakers and presenters. All right, dear participants, without waiting any longer, let's go to the next keynote speaker. He is Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD. Seems like he is already here. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. And the presentation and also the question and answer section will be guided by our moderator, Fardila Martina Harris. So to Miss Fardila, the Zoom floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Nancy. But first of all, I want to ask, is my voice clear and audible?
Yes, it's very clear.
All right, thank you for the clarification. Ladies and gentlemen, back again with me. I am Fardila Martina Harris, and I will be the moderator for the sessions. We will move to the presentation session for the third keynote speaker. Before we are starting presentations, I would like to inform the rules for these sessions, please. Okay, the first one, keynote speaker will have a maximum of 35 minutes for the presentations, followed by 10 minutes Q&A sessions. So please manage your time and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, Q&A session will be held after the keynote speaker has done their presentation. Third, every audience can drop the question in a chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the questions to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. The last one, every audience member, please to mute the microphone during the presentations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here is the third keynote speaker for today's session is Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD from UIN Madura, Indonesia. All right. Now, I would like to read the great pleasure to read the personal data of our keynote speaker. Okay, Dr. Abdul Ghaffur MPD. He is a bachelor degrees in English language education in Kepada in Malang, Indonesia. He is also master program in English language education at UIN Malang, Indonesia. Also doctoral program in language and literature education in Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia, and doctoral program in sociology in Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Indonesia. Work experiences. He is as the president of Indonesian Education Share to Care Volunteers or IES2CV from 2020 until present, Yayasan Patola Palolo Indonesia, and as the deputy dean on academic and institutional development in Madura Indonesia 2022 until 2026. He also have an award as India's outstanding contribution to global education and knowledge sharing 2025 K Forum by of Youth Trust in Indonesia. Also, it also have recent publications. It is from classroom to sustainability, the impact of AR integrated education, robotics 2025, and fostering innovations, professional development strategies for leveraging digital technologies in P16 Education 2025. All right, that was really, really great CV from Professor Dr. Abdul, Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD. All right. Without any further ado, let's see. I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, MPD, with entitled Digital Literacy as a Catalyst Equipping Communities with 21st Century Skills for Sustainable Development. It is really great to have you here, sir. I am Fardila as your moderator today.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, sir.
Okay, thank
Good
you, Mbak
afternoon,
Fardila.
Hi, sir. All right, without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to you. The floor is yours, sir. Thank
Okay, thank you. Let me share my materials.
you. Okay, sure, sir.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen from Indonesia, especially staying in Madura. Yeah, In this occasion, I would like to thanks first for the committee, especially Ibu Santiana. Thank you for this kind of honorable chance to sharing the material dealing with the digital literacy as a catalyst, equipping communities with 21st century skill for sustainable development in Indonesia. Yeah. Well, our topic for this afternoon, the first one we talk about digital literacy. The second one talking about Indonesian digital literacy landscape, the challenge, and also government's policy response on driving change, and then community empowerment and
Excuse me, sir.
innovation. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I need to inform you that the screen sharing it is not available yet.
Oh.
You perhaps you could reshare, sir, if it's possible.
Yeah.
Reshare the presentation, please.
Okay, wait a moment.
Okay, sir.
It's already shared? It's already shared?
It is not visible yet. Perhaps we would like to help you to share the screen sharing from this committee, sir.
Okay.
Please have a moment.
Yeah,
sir.
let me share the material to Dr. Eva ya.
Sure. You can share it to Mrs. Santiana.
Okay.
Santiana. Sorry.
Okay, wait a moment.
Yeah, sure. Please, time is yours.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, when talking about the material, we are going to talk about something that dealing with digital literacy. It is no longer optional actually. That it is a necessary for Indonesia progress in the 21st century, with over 2020 million internet users for today. In this chance, Indonesia stands as one of the largest digital population in the world. As you know that we have more than 270 million people in Indonesia. Well, in the first slide that we are going to talk about, okay, jump up to the fourth, yeah, jump up to the fourth slide. Okay, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn, as told by Alvin Toffler. What does this mean? On the next slide. It will talk about the shifting from traditional literacy to digital literacy. In this case, when we talk about this one, in the past time, being literate mean able to read and write. I mean, on today for Indonesian literacy mean being able to adapt to digital tool platforms and cultures. For example, a young person who can read textbook but struggle to use online learning apps, e-wallets, or digital platform that may still be considered digital illiterate. On a learning, unlearning, and also relearning in digital era, it will be Indonesian youth must learn constantly. I mean, how to use new apps, online learning platform, coding, AI, and others. In this case, on the unlearn will be outdated habits, such kind of relying only on memorization in learning or spreading hoax without checking facts. It must be left behind and also relearned. That they must adapt to new realities that such as hybrid learning, gig economy, job, and also digital entrepreneurship. How about the relevance to sustainable development in Indonesia? Talking about this one, the youth make up the largest demographic demographic in Indonesia, that kind of bonus demography, I mean. Their ability to adapt will determine whether Indonesia thrive in the digital economy for today. Without the ability to learn, unlearn, and also relearn, young people risk being left behind in the job, education, and also participate in civic life. The practical example in Indonesia where a student who can unlearn rote memorization and relearn critical digital research skill will thrive in the classroom. A young entrepreneur who unlearn traditional offline business, for example, and relearn digital marketing and e-commerce, then can reach a global market. In this case, a young activist who unlearn passive consumption of social media and relearn digital advocacy can influence social change. Next slide. Okay, take a look on the digital literacy imperative in Indonesia, that despite being Southeast Asia's largest economy, Indonesia faces significant digital literacy challenge that threaten in competitive position in the rapidly evolving global digital landscape. What does this mean? The digital literacy is no longer optional. It is a necessity for Indonesia progress in the 21st century, with moreover 220 million internet users, that Indonesia stands as one of the largest digital population in the world. Without digital literacy for today, access to technology does not automatically translate into empowerment. Instead, it risks widening inequalities through misinformation, cyber threat, and also limited participation in the digital economy. For Indonesia, strengthening digital literacy is a national imperative to prepare its youth and wider society for the challenge of Industry 4.0 and beyond. It equips communities with critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication skill as a core competencies of the 21st century that we call for C. More importantly, digital literacy enables inclusive and sustainable development by empowering small business to grow online, supporting education access in remote areas, and also fostering informed citizenship in a digital democracy. Advancing digital literacy means building not only just a connected Indonesia, but also more equitable, resilient, and sustainable one. Next slide. Okay. In the next slide, we talk about why digital literacy matters. In today's interconnected world, digital literacy is as fundamental as a traditional reading and writing. It is the key to accessing knowledge, participating in education, and engaging with the society in a meaningful ways. For individuals, being digitally literate means having the ability to navigate information critically, communicate effectively, and how to use technology responsibly in daily life. Without this kind of skill, people risk being the left behind in effort where technology drives almost every aspect of learning, work, and also social interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesia, digital literacy is particularly important because of its vast and diverse population spread across thousands of islands. While internet penetration is high, many communities still face a digital divide due to unequal access and limited skill. Digital literacy, in this case, will be bridge this gap by empowering people in both urban and rural areas in participate fully in the digital economy, access government services, and contribute to social and cultural life. It is ensure that a technological advancement benefit everyone, not just a privileged few. Most importantly, digital literacy matters because it supports sustainable development and national resilience. It empowers small businesses to grow through e-commerce, enables students to learn beyond the classroom walls, and equip citizens to fight misinformation and cybercrime by fostering critical thinking, creativity, and also collaboration. In this case, by using digital literacy, will be strengthened 21st century skills that are vital for Indonesia's future competitiveness. In short thing, digital literacy is not merely a skill, it will be a catalyst for inclusive growth and long-term sustainability. Next slide, please. Okay. Indonesia's digital literacy landscape, talk about the challenge here. I'm going to focus on Indonesia that has made rapid progress in digital adoptions. With more than 220 million internet users and high smartphone penetrations. However, access to technology does not guarantee equal digital skill. Many citizens, especially in rural areas, among the elderly, within low-income group, struggle with digital literacy from basic navigation of online platform to evaluating information critically. This gap creates vulnerabilities such as exposure to misinformation, cybercrime, and also unequal participation in the digital economy. Take a look on the Asian digital ledger. Compared to the sum of our neighbors in Asians, Indonesia is often described as a digital ledger, while countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and others have advanced digital infrastructure and stronger literacy program. How about Indonesia? Indonesia continues to face structural barriers such as uneven internet access, insufficient ICT infrastructure outside Java, for example, and a lack of comprehensive digital education in school. This relative lack slow down Indonesia's ability to fully harness to the opportunities of this regional digital economy. Yet competency gap. Okay, take on this one. Indonesian yet from the backbone of its digital future, yet their competency in uneven. Many young Indonesians are active users of social media. We have to know about this one. And entertainment app, but fewer possess high-order digital skill, such as coding, digital entrepreneurship, or critical online research. In addition, this kind of imbalance, or while penetration is high in such as urban areas, connectivities remain as that limited in a remote island, and rural communities, reinforcing a digital divide. This kind of imbalance highlight the urgent need for policies and programs that move beyond mere access focusing instead on building deeper digital competencies that can prepare youth to lead Indonesia into 21st century generations. The next slide. On the bridging the digital divide across more than 17,000 islands in Indonesia, we have to know about this one. It will be the unique geography, that creates unprecedented challenge for digital infrastructure development and equitable access to digital literacy resource. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's geography spread across more than 17,000 islands, as I told you just now, will make digital connectivity and literacy as a unique challenge. While major cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, and also Siliwangi, we'll talk about enjoying high-speed internet and also advanced digital services. But many other islands still struggle with basic infrastructures. This uneven distribution means that millions of Indonesians remain excluded from the benefit of digital transformation itself. By reinforcing economic and also educational inequality. For today, digital literacy plays a critical role in bridging this kind of dividings. By providing internet access alone is not enough. Communities must be equipped with the skill to use digital tools effectively and responsibility. For example, rural students need training in online and learning platform. Small businesses owners in remote areas need guidance in e-commerce, for example. And also local leaders must learn how to leverage digital services for governance. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this case, we need some kind of digital village program, for example, for today. Take a look on the government and policy responses driving change. Okay, the Indonesian government has recognized the digital literacy imperative and also launched ambitious initiatives to transform the national educational approach and digital capabilities. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on the first in this kind of context, national digital literacy movement, as I just now, like Gerakan Nasional Literasi Digital, that launched by the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Kominfo in 2021. This program aims to train 50 million Indonesians by 2024 in 4 key pillars. The first one, digital skill, digital culture, digital ethic, and also digital safety. Okay. This will be a backbone policy to ensure all citizens in Indonesia, from students to micro, small, medium enterprises that can thrive in the digital era. Next one, making Indonesia 4.0. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, making Indonesia 4.0. This kind of a roadmap introduced by Ministry of Education that prepare Indonesians for the fourth industrial revolution. Any others government policy will be talk about digital village programs, collaboration with private sectors, and also education and also curriculum integration. Take a look on this slide. Merdeka Belajar and Digital Platform Revolutionizing Education. Okay. The Merdeka Belajar program, or Freedom to Learn in the Digital Era, that launched by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, is designed to give school and teachers greater flexibility in teaching while focusing on essential competencies. A core priority is strengthening literacy and numeracy. And the second one on the digital platform revolutionizing educations. To support Merdeka Belajar, the governments introduced digital platforms such as Merdeka Belajar, Merdeka Mengajar platform, Rumah Belajar, and any other such kind of e-learning ecosystem. This kind of platform provide open access to teaching resources, learning module, and also digital assessment that help teachers personalize learning. Students in this case gain exposure to interactive lesson, adaptive quizzes, such kind of multimedia resources, and others that encourage critical thinking, problem solving, and also creativity that are very vital in the 21st century for today. Okay, now take a look at the boosting literacy and also numeracy growth. Digital platform complement traditional classroom learning by offering data-driven insight into student progress. For literacy, digital reading apps and e-libraries going to help students developing comprehension and also critical reading skill. While for numeracy, gamified math tool and also adaptive learning app strengthen problem-solving ability. Such kind of the benefit that could be got by the teachers from analytics that highlight student strengths and weaknesses, enabling targeted interventions. Okay, next slide. On a digital literacy policy, digital literacy policy enablers of digital governance and inclusion. Take a look on the first one on digital governance. Digital literacy is the foundation of effective e-government. Indonesia has launched that kind of SPBE, Sistem Pemerintahan Berbasis Elektronik, and also the platform like online single submission. It will be that kind of streamlined bureaucracy. However, this kind of system only works if citizen and civil servant can access, understand, and trust them. By embedding digital literacy in a policy, the government ensures the people from local official in rural district to urban citizen applying for permit. Next one on economic growth, the digital literacy. The digital literacy policy fuels Indonesian digital economy, which is projected to be the largest in nations. Micro, small, and also medium enterprises from the backbone of the economy, and equipping them with digital literacy mean they can join e-commerce platform, expanding to the global market. And adaptive policy will be talking about the digital transformation is dynamic by requiring policy that evolve the technology itself. Indonesia, digital literacy policy emphasizing on adaptive framework such as adapting school curricula, training government employees, and partnering with private technology companies on delivering continuous digital unskilling. And then digital inclusion will be focusing on the most crucial aspect, that is ensuring the digital equity across the archipelago with over 17,000 islands in Indonesia will be face disparities in access and skill. Next slide, please. Yeah, for us as academicians, we need this kind of community empowerment and innovation in actions. Grassroots initiatives are emerging across Indonesia diverse communities, demonstrating how locally driven digital literacy program that can create transformative impact even in remote area, as already shown by a small short video by the committee. We will be talk about that kind of community empowerment. Okay. On the community empowerments, digital literacy in Indonesia is not only a matter of government. It is not a matter of government policy, but also a grassroots movement that empower communities to solve real problems. Across urban and rural areas, local initiatives have emerged that train communities in using digital tools for business, education, and social services. For instance, small enterprises in rural villages are increasingly adopting e-commerce platforms to sell traditional products beyond local market. Community learning centers, for example, supported by NGO and local universities, also serve as a hub where people, especially women and youth, are trained to navigate online financial tools, digital marketing, and also information sharing network. This kind of bottom-up approach complement national policy by ensuring that communities themselves actively take part in digital transformation rather than being passive recipient. Next slide, please. Okay, one of the example on the community empowerment, such kind of kampung literasi that already implemented. Yeah, literacy village empowering rural communities by iCares or action research model. Okay, Indonesia, as I explained just now, already introduced the concept of kampung literacy as a grassroots initiative to strengthen literacy and digital skill in a rural and remote communities. This kind of approach not only promote reading and writing, but also emphasize digital literacy as a foundation for empowerment and sustainable development. The program is best understood through the iCare model. iCare model means identify, create, assess, reflect, and also expand. Yeah. How about knowing the identify? In this case, the first step focuses on recognizing local challenges and opportunities. In rural Indonesia, these often include low digital penetration, limited access to online education, and also lack of ICT infrastructures. In this case, the community facilitators, often supported by the Ministry of Education and Culture, work with local leaders to map needs such as a digital access for school children, skill for micro entrepreneurs, or awareness on offline safety. By identifying this gap, ensure that the program is rooted in the real condition of the village itself. How about the create and act? Based on the identified need, need analysis, literacy village created tailored programs such as digital reading corners, internet zoo, ICT workshop, and also training session for teacher, student, and also parents. For instance, villagers may be trained to use smartphone, not just for social media, but also for e-commerce, farming app, and also online learning platform. So in this case, community members then act by implementing this initiative collectively, ensuring participation for children, youth, women, and also even elderly group, thereby fostering inclusivity. And next, on the reflect and also expand, okay? The reflection is critical phase where the community evaluate what works and what doesn't. The villages may assess how digital platforms have improved learning outcome, business opportunities, or access to information. By this kind of lesson learned are then stated widely, building a culture of continuous improvement. Finally, successful practices are expanded beyond one village to surrounding areas by scaling up literacy and digital empowerment. This kind of ripple effect transformation literacy villages into model of community-driven digital inclusion itself. We could, I could give you some example dealing with the kampung literacy. For example, kampung literasi Jatipulo, Jakarta Barat, and then kampung literasi Klender, Jakarta Timur, and also kampung literasi Desa Pandulangan, Hulu Sungai Selatan, South Kalimantan, and also cultural and digital literacy villages across Indonesia, TBM Lentra Pustaka Bogor, also kampung literasi digital in Klempang Sari, East Kalimantan, and others. Okay, and others. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, RTIK volunteers, I mean relawan ya, volunteers ya, volunteers on and UMKM Digital Energy of Asia Initiative. Okay, come up to our mind actually. Why volunteers are needed? Yeah. Okay. Also, as student, when we go to the village, that kind of KKN program, we could say that they are volunteers. Yeah, they are volunteers. Okay. Come in our mind, why volunteers are needed? Okay. The volunteers needed, for example, for bridging the human resource gap. In this case, government program and also policies are massive in scale, but the number of civil servants and official trainers is limited. So in this case, we need volunteers. Okay, TIK volunteers acts as the digital frontliners who expected the government reach to rural remotes, and then localized mentorship for UMKM, for example, and then community engagement and trust building, and also sustainability of digital literacy program. It will be some kind of why up to now volunteers are needed, because of the resources in Indonesia still limited. Now, the next slide, please. Okay. On digital literacy plays a transformative role in advancing the sustainable development, I mean SDGs, by equipping individual and communities with the skill to access, evaluate, and utilize the digital technology for social and economic progress. By digital literacy, people gain opportunities for equality educations. It will be SDGs 4, okay? SDGs 4. Decent work and economic growth, SDG 8. And also reduce inequalities, SDG 10. As they can participate in digital economy, enhance productivity, and also connect with global knowledge network, it also strengthens gender equality on SDG 5. Moreover, digital literacy underpins sustainable development by fostering innovation, responsible consumption, and effective governance. With improved skill, communities can use digital tools to support climate action, will be SDGs 13. Build sustainable cities, SDGs 11. And promote peace, justice, and strong institution on SDGs 16. By through transparent, technology-enabled government. By empowering this kind of citizen, I mean, through critically and ethically engaged in the digital space, digital literacy will become not just a skill, but a catalyst for achieving an inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future aligned with their 2030 agenda. On the next slide, digital literacy. Next slide, please. Digital literacy in Indonesia serve as a crucial drivers for achieving the sustainable development goal, as it equips individuals and communities with the skill needed to access, evaluate, and also utilize information effectively in the digital era. By strengthening digital competencies, people can participate more active in educations. I mean SDG 4. Entrepreneurship, SDG 8. Innovation, SDG 9. For instance, digital platforms have enabled a cross-quality online education that supported small business through e-commerce and facilitate transparent government processes and others. Furthermore, digital literacy foster sustainable practices by enabling citizens to engage with information about climate change, sustainable consumption, responsible resource management. In this case, the government initiative like Literacy Digital Nationals and also community-based programs such as Kampung Literasi have demonstrated the potential of digital literacy to bridge the urban-rural divide, enhance social inclusion, and also create resilient communities with a strong focus on policy alignment, innovation, and also volunteers-driven initiative. Digital literacy in Indonesia is not only a foundation for digital government and economic growth, but it will be catalyst for achieving the broader agenda in the SDGs in an inclusive and sustainable manners. Next slide, please. Now take a look on the early childhood digital learning and sustainability educations. In Indonesia, we have to know that early childhood education or PAUD is increasingly integrating digital learning as a foundation for them for 21st century skill. In this case, the digital tools such as interactive storytelling app, gamified learning platform, and multimedia resource are used to strengthen literacy, numeracy, and creativity, and also giving some kind of problem solving in young learners. This kind of shift reflect the recognition that children are digital native who must be guided early to use technology responsible and meaningfully. In this case, by ensuring the teachers' training, parenting involvement, and age-appropriate digital resources, digital learning will be help them being children's cognitive, social, and also emotional development while preparing them for a rapidly changing world. Next slide, please. Okay, now take a look on the road ahead vision for a digital literate Indonesia. I already explained you all. Indonesia stands at critical junctures where strategic investment in digital literacy today will determine its capacity to achieve what we call Indonesia Emas, Indonesia Emas, and a position as global digital leader for tomorrow. Next slide, please. Okay, it will be Indonesian vision. I mean, becoming a prosperous and advanced nation by 2045, known as Indonesia Emas, relies heavily on the strength of its digital literacy foundation first. Global digital leadership that must be nurtured so that Indonesia is not only a consumer of digital technology, but also a producer and also influencer in the global digital economy. This requires mastery of digital ethics, critical thinking, adaptive innovation, enabling Indonesia to contribute actively to international collaboration and also shaping global digital norm. Alongside these competitive human resources, human resources that it will be essential equipping the younger generation with 21st century skill such as problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and also showing them thrive a rapidly evolving labor market. Moreover, digital literacy strengthens innovations in entrepreneurship by empowering individuals and communities to leverage technology in creating startups, social enterprises, and sustainable digital solutions that contribute to national development. While a lifelong learning culture is equally vital as the digital era demands continuous adaptation, and reskilling, education should go beyond formal schooling, extending into community-based learning and workplace development. Finally, building an inclusive digital literacy foundation ensure that no one is left behind, bridging the digital divide between rural and urban areas, rich and poor, men and women, and across generation. By embedding these 5 pillars, digital literacy becomes the backbone of Indonesia, the backbone of Indonesia's journey toward a golden Indonesia, where prosperity, equity, and global competitive harmoniously align with us. Thank you for this kind of chance. I back to Mbak Fadila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Abdul Ghafur, for a very informative presentation. It's really interesting topic in here, and I also have got a lot of insights. It is about the digital literacy as the catalyst, equipping communities with 21st century skill for sustainable development. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, finally, let's shift our attentions to the next sessions, which is the question and answer session. So if you may have any questions, please address your questions. If you have any question you are interested speaking directly, please turn on your camera and you can turn on your microphone. If you have, if you do not interested in speaking directly, you can also type it on a chat box. Please, you can address the question for the speaker. Okay, sir. While we are waiting for the question addresses to from the audience, perhaps I've been very interested with the quotes that from Alvin Toffler that it is stated that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn and unlearn, and relearn. So that I actually found out that in this kind of digital literacy, it is needs a lot of collaboration. So from the from the for example, like government, the policy, and also the collaboration from us, the community. And I found out that one of the thing that we could have the strategy, it is to make a community like literasi, kampung literasi, and so on and so forth. Here I would like to ask you, since we know that actually it has like a gap between the rural and urban areas, which is kind of more really hard if you are take a look in a big picture. What actually you can give me some kind of simple picture. How could we find a strategy to address this gap, but in a simple way, not really like maybe I've seen that maybe from the basic, from the foundation to the the triangle thing that you mentioned before, to finally goes into the Indonesia Emas. It is really have like a good a lot of big effort. But I want to ask maybe for mahasiswa or any college students, what actually can we contribute to at least have a little contribution to make Indonesia Emas for digital literacy?
Okay, one thing that we have to know that actually it will depend on the government's policy, you know. Okay, as I also explained you just now, dealing with their policy, the digital literacy in Indonesia is not only a matters of government policy, but it will be a grassroots movement. Okay, again, grassroots movement that empower communities to solve real problem. For example, in the universities we have such kind of KKN program like that one. It will be such kind of grassroots movement. Okay, across urban and also rural areas, local initiative have that match then train communities. Okay, I could give you some kind of the policy that already given by the government, but in this case the implementation in every rural area will be different. Take a look on Kades Hoho, yeah, Kades Hoho, in Pur and the village Puru. I'm sorry,
Okay, sir.
forget with the name of the village. Purba. Yeah,
It's okay, sir.
yeah. The model of action that done by Kadesoho is, yeah, it's a kind of the awesome program, yeah. So in this case, we could say that this kind of village, ya, dalam bahasa Indonesia kita katakan berdaya, okay. They could give their own need, yeah, their own need. So in this case, while also waiting for their government policy, in this case the grassroots movement really need to solve this kind of problem. Guyonannya kalau nggak kita siapa lagi? That's one, yeah. So waiting for this kind of policy that the very long, and then knowing about the problem in the rural area, suburban and others, yeah, it will be so long. So in this case, take a look for us as students with this kind of program, KKN and others. We take a look on the need analysis. What is actually need by the village itself, by the citizens itself. So in this case, the program will be good enough for the people there. I think that's all simple ones.
Okay, that's pretty wonderful answer, sir. That was actually giving me a lot of insight too. So one of the things that you said, KKN would be possibly the grassroots strategies, yeah, possibly for the college student. So thank you, sir, for the answer. Here we have another question, sir, from Miss Mila Kartika in the chat box. Let me read it first. May I ask a question, sir? Gen Z like to read, but they prefer visual. So, of course, Gen Z isn't allergic to reading, but for scientific reading itself, there is no visual. So, is there any solution for that, sir? So, that is the question from Mila Kartika.
Yeah. I'm so agree. I'm so agree with Mila Kartika that what's that? Every days in my environment dealing with we stay with the student. We give that kind of our book and others dealing with a journal and article and others one. Okay. They think that they has a kind of a lazy one to read. Yeah, I understand because of the age. Yeah, because of the age. So for those who aren't into reading, what kind of solution that we could? Okay. For today, there are so many kind of app. Yeah. For today, there are so many kind of, for example, audiobooks. Yeah. Listening to audiobooks instead of reading physical book and others. And then by using infographic, I mean visualizing information through infographics, which can be easier to digest. We have to be sure that we have different model of learners, visual, auditory, and also kinesthetic. Okay, while for the visual, I'm so sure that infographic by visualizing information through infographic will be easier to dig and also to catch what actually the message given by the book itself. By watching video is okay, yeah. Watch educational videos or documentaries on topic that interest you, yeah. So in this case, for today's there are so many kind of AI application on the video that we could maximize to use sharing information for this one. And then the next one, yeah, for today there's so many kind of podcasts, yeah, so many kind of podcasts that I'm giving important information. Listen to podcasts that discuss about the topic, and you have to choose. You have to choose which one that interested with you. And the next one, we have to select interactive content. There are so many kind of for example, webinar, international webinar that they're talking about a good material. So in this case, you have to choose which one that's suitable with your age, which one is suitable with your discipline and others. And the next one, engage with interactive content such as quizzes, game, interactive article, and others. So it will be depend on you, Mbak Mila Kartika, to choose which one is best choice. Yeah, the best choice that you have to use with some solution that I give you just now. I think that's all. I back to Mbak Fardila.
All right, thank you, sir, for the answer. I hope the answer it is enough for Miss Mila Kartika. Yes, so I agree since I also a Gen Z that I kind of really not really, yeah, it's hard to read the scientific books and so on and so forth. But yep, possibly we can read a infographic or maybe find out some audiovisual books. And also we have a lot of AI to help us to make us more comfortable in reading. And the last one is from podcasts. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the answer and your presentation once again from Dr. Abdul Ghaffar. Thank you so much. It is really interesting discussion, sir. Now, before we are ended the presentation, I would like to deliver our great token of appreciations for our third keynote speaker, Dr. Abdul Ghaffar NPD. The committee, please. All right. Once again, thank you very, very much, Dr. Abdul Ghaffar, MPD. It's such a great honor to have you here. And then I will return back to the MC, Miss Ningsi, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to the amazing keynote speaker, Dr. Abdul Ghaffar, MPD, for the excellent presentation. And also thank you, Ms. Fardila, for guiding the session from beginning to the end. All right, dear participants, we will have another parallel session with a total of 4 presenters. And our moderator, Fajar Salam, will guide the presentation and also question and answer section. So to Mr. Fajar, you may begin.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Fajar Salam, back me again, and I'm from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. I will be the moderator for this session. So we will move to parallel session 2. So please stay tuned for this webinar. But before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform the rules of this session. First, each group presenters will have a maximum of 15 minutes for the presentation. So please manage your time and I will friendly remind you if the time is mostly over. Second, the Q&A session will be held 10 minutes after the presentation by group 1 until the last group is done. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or you can directly deliver the question by raising hand virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the question directly. In addition, please state to which group the question is addressed. Fourth, every audience member is pleased to mute microphone during the presentation. Thank you. Okay, so I will repeat it again, the first rule. So, what I mean is each group presenter will have a maximum of 10 minutes for the presentation. So your time is 10 minutes for the presentation, and after the whole group is done, the next session is Q&A. That's it for the rule. All right, without any further ado, let's invite our first group, the group presenter to present their topic. So the first presenter is, we have two speakers here. They are Mr. Oloruntoyen Sefiu Taiwo and also Mr. Christopher Ehibolo with title Development of Centralized Data Repository for School Management Systems in Nigeria. So both of them are from Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Nigeria.
Okay.
Right.
Let me start. Let me start. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me start my presentation. Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
Of course, sir.
Okay. So, good morning, good afternoon from where you are hearing me from. It is a great pleasure and honor to stand virtually before you today as a presenters at this important conference. The topic before me is development of a centralized data repository for school-based school management system in Nigeria. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, brother.
Yes.
Good.
Sir. Sorry.
This development of a centralized data repository for school management systems in Nigeria this study focused on development of a centralized repository for school-based management system in Nigeria, specifically tailored for secondary school in Nigeria. The manual method of managing students.
Excuse me, sir.
Managing students.
Your material seems unable.
The manual method of managing students and staff records in many schools.
We don't see your slides, sir.
Yeah.
My slide is moving. My slide is already here. The manual method of managing students and staff records in many schools is prone to error
From the committee
and lack the efficiency required for modern educational administration. This work aims to address this shortcoming by developing a computerized data repository that simplifies the storage, management, and retrievals of school data, ensuring accuracy and efficiency in school operation. By using a web-based platform developed with PHP, MySQL, CSS, and JavaScript. The system provides a centralized repository for managing student information, academic records, staff data, attendance, and other administrative processes. The system is designed to be user-friendly, allowing non-technical users, such as school administrators to efficiently manage the repository. Performance and security testing were conducted to ensure the system reliability, with results indicating that the implement design is secure, responsive, capable of handling concurrent user access without significant delay. The implementation of this system enhances data accessibility, reduce the processing times, and ensure data integrity, on timely improving decision-making process in secondary school management. This work demonstrates the potentials of information and communication technology, ICT, in transforming educational management, providing a scalable solution to challenge faced by traditional manual system in Nigerian schools. So, the profound effects of the application of computers in managing of schools' activities cannot be emphasized. Computer can be used to process student admissions, registration, as well as academic process or procedures. Besides that, the result of students, for instance, fully computerized with easier and quick to process. The data repository for secondary school will enable more effective and efficient administrations and management of information in schools. It is aimed at promoting the application of information and communication technology in managing information more efficient and streamline internal administrative procedures as important incentive for administrative staff to institutionalize the use of ICT at all levels. So, the management as a process of making use of human and non-human resources to achieve organization goals. Management involved in planning, controlling, organizing, staffing, leading, coordinating, and directing the available resources. More so, the development of data repository for school management system is a process of integrating all day-to-day school management and administrative processes into electronic system known as e-school portals, which provide one central repository for all school informations. This repository can generalize tabulated or graphical reports on student performance that can be used to communicate with various stakeholders. Moreover, the concept of web content management system can be used to enable the school administrators create, manage, and maintain the portal without or with a little knowledge of programming language, effectively and efficiently. Web content management system is one of the massive area in information technology, IT, computing world, which is a group of techniques and facilities for handling shared data and its related workflow management. However, established that web content management is mainly a web maintenance tools that allow non-technical users to make changes to the website and therefore the website is authorizing and administrating tools as attempts at automating the management of the students' academic records, examine the inadequacy involved in the manual method of compiling and processing student results in public secondary schools in Nigeria. Specifically, in Nigeria, most secondary schools make use of manual method in managing and organizing staff's and student records and academic records. The limitation of this system include, but not limited to, poor storage, low response time, high error rates, loss of data, time consuming, generating inconsistent outputs, and lack of referential integrity. It is therefore sufficient to argue that the current system of managing staff record, parents or guardian record, and students' academic record in many of Nigerian secondary schools lack integrity. Lack integrity. So, lack integrity. In this work, the inadequacies involved in the system methods of a data repository for school management system and processing and managing students' academic record in secondary school will be examined. Therefore, this study proposes a dependable solution to the stated shortcoming through the development of a model and a software system on web platform using the concept of web content and web content management system, where a user with little knowledge of programming language can easily create and maintain data repository. The proposed system will provide efficient delivery system in secondary school management and eliminate the delay and lack of referential integrity associated with manual system currently being used in many schools, many secondary schools in Nigeria. So, let's continue with timeline on database management systems. Timeline in database management system. Humans have been storing information long ago. In ancient times, government agency, library, hospitals, and commercial organizations developed a complex database systems. And some of these basic principles of this system are still in use today.
Excuse me, sir. You're still there. We can't hear your voice, sir.
That can be used. So, the emerging data repository, since the beginning of the 1940s, computer science can develop a lot. This is the first non-proprietary programming language was COBOL, that is Common Business Oriented Language. And later, Fortran, which is Formula Translator. And the programming became basis for creating enterprises computer systems. The developed systems need to store in data somewhere and programmer are designed more or less proprietary and dedicated solution for this purpose. So let me move to the
excuse me,
the
Mr.
summary. The summary.
Apologize.
In summary, please.
For the
In summary, please.
presentation has run out
Please, in summary, please.
of the
In
limited
summary, please.
time. Maybe
In
it
summary,
can be
please.
shared on another occasion, or if you don't mind, the PowerPoint material can be shared to the audience. Once again,
In
for Mr.
summary, please. In summary, please. In summary, please. In conclusion,
okay.
This work made this. In conclusion, please. This work culminated in development of a centralized data repository for school-based management system in Nigeria, meant to ease the manual process, especially students, assessment students, staff information, as well as the school fees payment record. The application software was successfully developed, tested, and found to be working as expected. It is capable of registering both staff and students, store their records. It also stores student payment school fees record for each term. Moreover, it can also process the student results with high speed and accuracy and presenting outputs in certain required form. The system has some quality such as reduction in cost of processing, reduction in time spent in computing student results, and elimination of duplicated records, which make it overshadow the manual systems of student record keeping. The new system is flexible and capable modified to suitable any kind of record keeping, the data processing. It is usually graphical user interface, which is GUI, rather than command line approach. Hence, it's usual to use reasonable, secure, and enforce data integrity and resulting from the user of database management system. With this application, the process of student results can be automated to a large extent, thereby reducing the processing time and increasing accuracy. Thank you and God bless you for giving me time to present my work, which is development of data repository for school management system in Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tayuo, for the best presentation. So thank you so much for sharing such an insightful knowledge. All right, dear amazing participant, it's a friendly reminder that we will do a Q&A session after the last group presenter has done. So their presentation will be, when it's done, we start to open the Q&A session. So that you may prepare your question from now on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next group presentation. Let's invite our second group presenter to present their topic with title Empowering Communities Through Multidisciplinary Cybergogy-Based Approach, Educational and Technological Innovation for a Sustainable Future. So we have four speakers here. They are Mr. Agus Salim, Ms. Suryati, Mr. Arif Rahman, and the last one is Mr. Ruslan Yusuf from Universitas Pendidikan Mandalika, Indonesia. All right. Group presenter 2, you may now take the Zoom floor and begin your presentation. Hello, sir. Is everything all right? Or we are from the committee. We'll have to show the PPT.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir. It's already up.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me share my slides first. I need presentasi. Sebentar. Ayo presentasi. Okay, excuse me. So let me share my presentation first. Presentation slides.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me. I get a problem to share my slides, sir.
Okay, sir. It's okay. We from the committee will show the PPT.
Can you please to show my slides from the operator?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. And now, let me start my presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
I
wabarakatuh.
am Agus Salim and my friends from Undikma University in Lombok Island. So maybe some of you come to Lombok, so please come to my universities, Universitas Pendidikan Mandalika. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start from my title. Empowering communities through multidisciplinary cyberbullying-based approach. Educational and technological innovation for a sustainability future. This is a collaborative effort by Agus Salim, by Suryati, Arif Rahman from University Pendidikan Mandalika, Indonesia, and Ruslan Yusof from Darussalam School, Thailand. This time, I will share you all multidisciplinary and cyberbullying-based community service program has empowered rural communities in Central Lombok. Second slide, please. Yes. In this slide, I want to highlight why community empowerment is so important for rural development, ladies and gentlemen. In many rural areas, especially in Lombok area, people often face very limited access to quality education, basic healthcare, and digital infrastructure. This challenge make it difficult for the community to grow in a sustainable way. So in order to respond to these situations, we decided to start from the problems or weaknesses of the community, but from their strengths. That is why we applied the asset-based community development framework. This is introduced by John McKay and John Graceman in 1996. This framework encouraged us to look at the existing assets, such as human resources, cultural knowledge, and local institutions, and mobilize them for development. To make the program more relevant in the digital era, we also used cybergogy principles. Cybergogy focuses on learning that is participatory, collaborative, and learner-centered, which means the community is actively involved in the process. So the main aim of our initiative was to build the community capacity in integrated way, covering educations, health, spiritually, and digital skills. By combining these aspects, we believe empowerment can be more holistic and sustainable. Slide 3, please. Yes, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this program had 4 main objectives. First, to integrate education, health, spiritual, literacy, and digital facilitations in more holistic program. The second one, to foster active youth participation and leadership in community activities. Third, to strengthen collaborations between the university and local stakeholders. The university, that I mean, schools. One of my friends from Thailand, and then from Undikma University, and then to the community of our stakeholders. This one is located in Central Lombok. And finally, to demonstrate the sustainable and participatory model of community service that could be replicated in other villages. Conceptual framework, please, next slide. Thank you. For our conceptual framework was built on 4 foundations, ladies and gentlemen. The asset-based community development, or we call as ABCD framework, by John McKnight and John Krishnam, 1996, which emphasized mobilizing local assets rather than focusing on deficiencies. Then the second one, the cybergogy principles by Wang and Khan, 2006, which focuses on participatory and then collaborative and learner-centered engagement. The third one is multidisciplinary integrations, combining education, health, spiritually, and digital domains to address complex rural challenges. And then youth-led participatory approach, inspired by Ozer et al. 2024, which empower young people as active agents of change. So together, these frameworks guided the planning and implementations of the program in Sengkol Village, where this Sengkol Village is the place that we conducted this activity. Next slide, methodology. Thank you. We used a qualitative descriptive approach enriched with the elements of participatory actions research, or PAR, as proposed by Bound et al. 2006. The program took place in Sengkol Village, Central Lombok, involving children, youth, mothers, community leaders, and religious teachers. Students from various majors, education, health science, And then social science and technology collaborated with local actors to design and run activities. So all interventions we co-created with the community to answer cultural relevance and orientation. Next slide. Yes, there are 4 key domains of interventions, ladies and gentlemen: educational innovations, just literacy and numeracy, and creative learning using local materials, health promotions, including hygiene, nutrition, sports, and mental health awareness. And then the next one is spiritual and character developments through Quran recitations, and then prophetic storytelling and discussions on disciplines and cooperations. Then the last one is digital facilitations, which introduce basic ICT, and then creating email accounts using WhatsApp, the responsibility, and accessing online platform. These activities were designed to be low cost, contextual, and highly participatory. And the last one is slide. Next slide, sir. Result. Excellent. Thank you. Then the results were very encouraging, ladies and gentlemen. In education, children saw improved literacy and numeracy skills, and their attendance increased significantly. In health, children started participating hand washing at home, and mothers actively joined nutrition discussions. And then in spiritual activities, most youth become more disciplined and then thankful and respectful in communal life. And then in digital facilitation, around 25 young people learn basic digital skills, and 2 of them become local digital assessment who continue to support their peers. And I think it will be enough, my friends, ladies and gentlemen. So maybe there is any questions that we can discuss together. This slide. Thank you. This is just a discussion.
Okay, all right.
This is the results of my activities with my friends. So maybe there's any questions, or we can discuss together about my activities.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the presenter too for sharing such valuable insight and meaningful perspective. And next, we will continue to our third presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the next group presentation. Let's invite our third group presenter to present their topic. The topic is assistance in designing AI-based materials for the development of digital literacy of elementary school teachers at SDN Mugarsari Tasikmalaya. We have 5 speakers here. They are Dr. Asri Siti Fatimah MPD, Miss Vera Sulastri MPD, Miss Neni Marlina MPD, Miss Melissa Sri MPD, and the last one, Miss Yuni Ertinawati MPD from Universitas Siliwangi, Indonesia. All right, group presenter 3, you may now take the Zoom floor and begin your presentation.
All right, thank you. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, Miss, it's already clear.
Thank you for the opportunity. And good afternoon, Bapak Ibu, and the audience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, today we are going to present our community service program that has been held. Titled Assistance in Designing AI-Based Materials for the Development of Digital Literacy of Elementary elementary school kids at SDN Mugasari, Tasikmalaya. So as you know that, so here we are in team, and of course later I will be accompanied by all presenters to present the what have been done in this training. So this community service program was held uh, by us, supported by Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian Kepada Masyarakat Universitas Siliwangi. And our objectives of this training consists of three. Please. All right. And the first one is to introduce teachers to the use of artificial intelligence technology in development teaching materials, and then to train teachers in developing innovative and effective AI-based teaching materials, and then to enhance the efficiency and quality of classroom learning through AI-based digital platforms. So in other words, that through the training, we hope that the teachers can create learning materials that are easier and faster to design, and then more creative in responding to the students' needs. Yes. All right. And let's move to the next slide. And Wesley, please.
Okay, thank you, Bu Neni, for the time. Okay, so I'm going to continue the presentation. Okay, so there are several reasons why we propose to conduct the training for the teachers. It's related to the teachers' challenges in the digital era. As we know that in this era, there are so many technologies that can be used by the teachers in their teaching learning process. And in developing the material, the teachers can be easy to choose many technologies to help them conduct teaching learning process. But however, the teachers usually find the challenges when they prepare the teaching material. As you know that the teachers need to prepare what they are going to give in the classroom. So the teacher should provide so many varieties in the classroom. And then in elementary school context, the student, I'm so sorry, so the teachers will fit the students which is digital native. So the students are motivated when they study using technologies. So the teachers need to provide the interesting activities and also appealing material for the students by the help of technologies. And AI or artificial intelligence is one of the most technologies, the most popular technologies in this era. AI is a technology with problem-solving capabilities, which is comparable to those of the humans. By using AI, the teachers will be easy to develop the material. There are choices that the students, that the teachers can use when they develop the material. There are several benefits of use of AI in developing the material. For example, it provides a personalized learning, and then it is efficient because the teachers need to use what is it? Yeah, by using AI, it is very easy for the teachers to develop the material. And the next one, by the use of AI, the teachers can provide interactive visual quality, which can increase the students' motivation. And the next one, AI can provide many opportunities for the teachers to foster their creativity, and also it also help the teachers to provide automated feedback and analysis. When the teachers use AI in developing material, there are several tips or best practices that the teachers can use in AI utilization. First, when they use AI for developing a material to the AI, it should be specific and clear. And the next one, the teachers can choose simple and communicative visual, which make the students motivated in using the material in the class. And the next one, after they use AI, they need to edit the result of the AI generated, which can make the material align with their curriculum. And the next one, they can combine multiple AI tools to make the material more interesting and innovative. Need to consider when they use AI, because AI is only the media. So AI can't replace the teachers itself. So the teachers need to use AI
as good as they can. And the next one, they need to verify and also edit AI generated output before use in the classroom. The teachers usually characteristic when they give the material to the students, and they need to avoid sensitive content. To avoid the bias in the class. And the next one, it need to provide sources or credit when it is necessary. And when the teachers use AI integration in teaching learning process, AI can be used in several activities. Like in activity, the teachers can use AI like AI story generator to brainstorm the ideas before coming to the main activity. And the next one, the teachers also can create image by using AI image generator. And the last, it is also the teachers also can use AI diagnostic assessment generator that can be used in pre-activity. And in main activity, the teachers can use AI for create a worksheet, text simplifier, quiz generator, and image. And in post activity, the teachers can use AI for making reflection, rubric maker, and feedback generator. Okay, so there are several AI that can be used in developing materials. And here we choose three. The first one, it is Canva. The next one, it is Quizzes and Magic School. And the next, it is about Magic School, will be explained by Mel. Melissa, please.
All right, thank you so much, Ibu. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'd like to share you a bit about this Magic School AI. Okay, then it's an artificial intelligence platform actually designed, for educators. So that's one of the reasons we choose this AI. While many AI tools, of course, are built for general purposes, then this Magic School focuses on solving teachers' daily challenges. Okay. It assists teachers in lesson planning, material development, and learning assessments. Then there are features, of course, that would be very benefiting teachers, like such the presentation generator, and then the lesson and activity generator, okay, the worksheet generator, and then assessment generator, image and text generator, and then other features that actually helping a lot for teachers. It helps them in a time saving tool, as a time saving tool, yeah. And would you please share? And then all right, please wait. Yeah, it's still on the first page. Yep. Okay. So of course, we also shared somehow tips for them dealing with the steps of using this Magic School in order to get the benefit. Okay, first, of course, we introduce them to the website, and then they have to register, and it's a kind of free account. They can use kind of Gmail they have. Then they select the features. So most of the features we introduced, right? So especially like the lesson planning, and the how to assess, and then they can choose kind of type in a specific commands or specific topic, also dealing with the topic that they have to deliver in the classroom. So they only need to type it, then kind of text will be generated and with the kind of assessments they need. And then later on they can edit and then copy or download it. So I think it's quite benefiting the teachers since it is actually specially made for teachers. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, so the next it is Quizzes AI. Yeah, so beside Magic School, we also introduce Quizzes AI. Quizzes is an AI power feature integrated with Quizzes platform. So in Quizzes AI, the teachers will be easy to create a quiz, and there are several benefits of using Quizzes AI because by using Quizzes AI, the teachers will be easily to create quizzes, and it is more engaging for the students. The students will be more enjoyable when they what is it when they do quiz using quizzes. And the next one, quizzes also can be given in the class or it can be given as a homework. And we also introduced the way how to create quizzes to the teachers, and there are several steps. It is like log in using a Gmail or Google account, and the students are needed to create a quizzes and generate with AI. And there are several ways to create AI. For example, they need to create a prompt, or they can also give the text, and the quizzes will automatically generate the questions and answers option. Easily by using quizzes AI. And the last one, it is Canva AI. Bu Vera, please.
Okay, thank you, Basri, for the challenge. Here I'm going to tell you about probably also you have known about how to use Canva AI. It's just a slide how to use Canva AI. Canva AI is basically based on Canva, and it is a series of artificial intelligence, same as the previous also AI tools. Also, it is powered features integrated into the Canva design platform to simplify and accelerate the design process. So why Canva? Because Canva is has been known that widely used by the teacher. Mostly all of the activity or the presentations, PPT, something like that was done by Canva. So Canva will be familiar for the teacher. The features that available in Canva are Magic Design, Magic Write, Text to Image, Magic Edit, and also there are translations there. Okay, next. And here are some steps of using Canva AI. Of course, you have to use your email first. You can log in using your email, Google account or something like that. And for example, you want to create a quiz, you can create or click quiz, or you can also just type something the prompt in the what is it, box there. And for example, if you want to create a quiz for of the animal, for example, you can use the prompt how use the prompt on making the quiz about the animal, for example. The AI will automatically generate the question and also the answer options. And then there you can also change that prompt or the question list of the questions into documents, such as you can also make it into presentations, documents, or something that will be available also to be used by the students. And this type of accommodations in the Magic Write box or click app, and the result you needed will be it can be downloaded and also can be delivered in the class and can be used in the teaching learning process in the classroom. That's all I think for Canva AI. Thank you. That's all our presentations, and looking forward for the questions and discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Presenter 3, for such an inspiring and comprehensive presentation. The research is very impactful for society, especially in helping elementary school teachers improve their digital literacy. So this kind of work truly contributes not only to the academic field, but also the real needs of the community and schools. Thank you very much. Such a good presentation. So next, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the last group presentation. Let's invite our last group. The influence of teachers' participation in professional development on skills attainment of numeracy skill in public primary schools. So we only have one speaker here, Mr. Papula Rahmat Mureni KG. from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. All right. For the presenter for Miss Popola Ramat Moreni KD from University of Ibadan, Nigeria. So,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
okay, good afternoon, Miss.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to share my
Begin your presentation.
screen now. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Popola Ramat, and I'm going to be talking on the influence of teachers' participation. I'm going to be talking on the influence of teachers' participation in professional development on people's attainment of numeracy skills in public primary school, with my case study focusing on Ibadan North local government in Nigeria. So numeracy skills is very crucial for young learners as they support problem solving, logical reasoning, and long-time learning. Research has shown that early numeracy predicts later success in mathematics and also reading. Teachers play vital roles in developing these skills, and their effectiveness is enhanced through professional development. In Ibadan North local government, challenges such as overcrowded classroom, limited resources, necessitate continuous teachers training. This study investigates how professional development imparts people's attainment of numeracy skills in public schools, in primary schools. So for methodology, this study adopted a descriptive design to examine how teachers' professional development influence people's numeracy skills in Ibadan North primary schools. The independent variable is teachers' participation in professional development, while dependent variable is people's attainment of numeracy skills. A sample of 140 pupils and 7 teachers were drawn from 7 randomly selected schools using simple random sampling. Data were plotted through a teacher questionnaire and numeracy tests for pupils. For both validated and plotted tests, cohort alpha of 0.880. For the analysis, descriptive and inferential statistic, including simple regression, was used. The findings reveal that teachers in Ibadan North participate in professional developments, such as seminars, workshops, and online courses. Though a lot of teachers testify that the knowledge they get from professional development have impacts on their students, while majority says the professional development they attend does not really have effect on their teaching method. But statistic analysis show a positive correlation between professional development and numeracy skills, and development of numeracy skills. Overall, these results suggest that while professional development holds promise for enhancing numeracy education, low participation rates and structural challenges reduce this effectiveness. That is because most teachers often attend professional development maybe once a term or once a year. Their frequency attendance is kind of low, which that has to be corrected. This study looked at how teachers' training and learning programs affect people's numeracy skills in Ibadan North Public Primary School. The result shows that many teachers join training only in a term or a year. Like I said before, like the reduction in their participation does not really make their efforts in professional development show well in how they teach. It does not really show in their teaching in their classroom. They don't really incorporate the skills they learn, skills they learn from professional development to their classroom teaching. Because when you go once a term or once a year, the effectiveness of them passing across what they learned from the professional workshop or seminar is not that effective. Teachers who attended training often help pupils improve in numeracy, but the effect was not very strong because other things also affect people's learning. Programs like poor funding and low access reduce the value of this training. Yeah, like common educational downfall in my country, Nigeria, is the low funding, poor funding for education and low access to resources to help show students way around things they are learning. So this study recommends better support, regular training to teachers, encourage their teachers to attend more professional trainings instead of them attending once a year or once a term. Is advisable for them to attend more often so as for them to have to learn a lot and impact their students. The study recommends better support, regular training, digital learning, and follow-up check to improve people's numeracy skills. Thank you. I'm done presenting.
Okay, thank you very much for the presenter 4. So I will say it again. Thank you very much to all presenters for delivering such insightful and inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our attention to the next session, which is the question and answer session. I will check the chat box if you have any questions. If you are interested in speaking directly, please turn on your microphone. Okay, once again, so for the participant, if you have any question, you can chat us to the chat box in the chat box. So if you're interested in
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Sir.
Okay.
Yes. Let me ask questions to the second presenters after me.
Okay, sir.
I am interested in artificial intelligence because this is the grade based on my dissertations past time. Then now let me ask Ibu Sri and friends about the importance of artificial intelligence for teachers, because they were discussing about the importance of how to introduce the artificial intelligence for the teachers. My questions then, how to introduce the teachers, because all teachers, of course, very important to understand about AI, right? Artificial intelligence. But then there are two possibilities between make understanding of smart or make false. Mean that the teacher will not understand anything if they will always use this artificial intelligence in teachings or in creating any media of teachings and at all. How do you make a certain that this artificial intelligence will make them really understand about what they are teaching about? Not only just create by artificial intelligence, and then they are attending in the class, and then they just say anything that AI say. Do you understand my questions? Do you understand my questions?
Yeah, Pak Agus.
Okay, thank you. That will be all, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agus, for the question. Now I kindly invite presenter 3, Dr. Astri Siti Fatima, to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mas Fajar Salam for the opportunity, and thank you, Pak Agus, for the question. Yeah, it's a very great answer. A great question, I mean. So here the question is about how can I introduce AI as one of the technological tools that can help the teachers to design the material. So here, the purpose of this training, it is to introduce AI that can be used by the teachers to design the material. So as we know that, yeah, there are so many administration that need to be done by the teachers. For example, when they need to create a lesson plan and many things. And by using AI, the teachers will be easy to create or design the material, because in designing the material, the teachers can do three things, or can choose 3 steps. For example, they can select, they can create, and also they can adapt the materials. So here, by using AI, the teachers can create the material by themselves, and it is by using the easy way, because AI can help the teachers to create innovative teaching learning materials. Here we introduce 3 AI like Canva, Quizzes, and also Magic School. Canva can help the teachers to easily create visual aids, visual materials, because the teachers don't need to, for example, create a presentation or create quizzes manually, but the teachers only need to make a prompt. For example, make a quiz about animal, the types of animal, for example. So the teachers need only to put the prompt or create a prompt, and they only need to click in the Canva AI, and after that Canva will help the teachers to give the innovative teaching learning material. Of course, as I have previously explained that AI can't replace the teachers. The teachers need to consider several things like the objective, like the facilities, and of course, when they have made the media or the material using Canva AI, for example, they need to read again. They need to they need to consider whether the material is relevant with the student's need, and also relevant with the teacher's objective. So of course they need to edit again, and also review again the material before giving it to the class. And here we only introduce 3 AI, because in our opinion it is the most it is the easiest AI that can be used by the teachers, especially for the teachers in elementary setting. Yeah, probably it is my perception, Pak Agus.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much for your answer.
Okay, thank you for the answer for this presenter 3. So we have other question. In terms, it's from Mr. Enjang. So the question is, in terms of the negative impact of AI, particularly in relation to enhancing creativity, critical thinking, and intellectual integrity maintenance, should its use be reduced, or is there a solution? While digital literacy is an important aspect of the future as part of the SDGs.
It is the question for me.
Yes.
Okay, so I directly answer the question. So here, talking about negative impact of AI, as we know that everything has negative and positive impact. Yeah, it is not only AI. There are so many things that can have both positive and negative impact. And we as the teachers, are necessary to consider that AI have many benefits. So if we, for example, avoid or we ignore the benefit of AI, how can we help the students to find 21st century education? In 21st century educations, of course, we meet the students which is digital native. So if we ignore the use of AI, so how can we guide the students to face the future's learning, I mean. Yeah, as a teachers, we need to consider the ethic of the use of AI, and of course, we need to also consider several things before we use AI as a media for teaching. Okay, is it enough, Mr. Injang? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all the presenters. So, I do apologize since we have a limited time. Later on, if may have any other question, you may drop the question on the chat box that will be answered by the presenters. Unfortunately, we must end this interesting discussion. Thank you for your enthusiasm for the session, and thank you very much to the entire group of presenters who provide very interesting insight. Hopefully, they can be useful for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the group presentation session has ended, and I will give the time back to the MC. Miss Ningsi, please.
All right, thank you very much to all of the incredible presenters. And also thank you, Mr. Fajar, for leading the session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have another keynote speaker today, Associate Professor Dr. Rabeta Muhammad Saleh from Universitas Sains Malaya. However, there is a certain issue that makes her unable to come here with us today. Therefore, her presentation will be moved to tomorrow's schedule. All right, dear participants, with that, we finished all of our agendas today, and now we will have a photo session. So to all of the participants, please turn on your camera and give your best smile to the camera. All right, the committee, would you like to help taking the screenshot, please? Okay, everyone, please turn on your camera and give us your best smile. All right, we can see some beautiful and handsome faces here. Right, the committee, let's go. Slide 1, smile. 1, 2, 3. All right, and the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Do we still have slides? Right, and the last one, I think. 1, 2, 3. All right, great. Thank you so much, everyone, for your best smiles. And yeah, dear participants, I would also like to remind you one more time that we have dropped the attendance link on the chat box. And please stay tuned and wait for the information on our WhatsApp group tomorrow, because we still have the second day of Sinarosa 2025 tomorrow at 8 a.m. Jakarta time. Don't forget to join it again. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our first day of today's webinar. On behalf of Sinarosa 2025 committee, we would like to say thank you very much to all of the distinguished keynote speakers, presenters, participants for your contribution in this webinar. Please stay tuned for further information about our second day of Sinarosa on our WhatsApp group. I am Ningsi Julianti signing off. Thank you so much. Have a great day. See you tomorrow, and please enjoy a video from Universitas Siliwangi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sejak berdiri pada tahun 1978, selaras dengan cita-cita luhur para pionir, Universitas Siliwangi sebagai perguruan tinggi swasta terbesar di Priangan Timur berkomitmen teguh membangun insan-insan terdidik dan berkarakter guna menyongsong masa depan bangsa yang gemilang.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami masih memegang teguh prinsip para pendiri Universitas Siliwangi bahwa kehadiran Unsil harus dapat bermanfaat dalam menyiapkan kualitas sumber daya manusia yang cakap dalam pengetahuan, arif dalam kepribadian, terbuka pada tantangan zaman, dan bela kepada negara.
Syahdan. Sampai pada risalah ditandatanganinya Prasasti Penegrian Universitas Siliwangi di Istana Negara oleh Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono 1 April 2014. Semangat itu tidak pernah pudar. Universitas Siliwangi semakin memantapkan diri dengan terus mengimbangi tantangan globalisasi. Di atas sebidang tanah seluas 36,9 hektar, terletak di pusat kota Tasikmalaya yang berudara sejuk dan segar. Didukung pula dengan keberadaan para dosen yang berkualitas, serta tenaga kependidikan yang memberikan pelayanan yang ramah, cepat, dan efisien, membuat suasana belajar semakin kondusif dan menyenangkan. Saat ini, tercatat ribuan lebih mahasiswa mendapatkan beasiswa dari berbagai instansi, baik pemerintah maupun swasta sedang menikmati studi di kampus yang menjunjung tinggi nilai luhur Pancasila dan kebinekaan. Universitas Siliwangi memiliki 7 fakultas dan program pasca sarjana, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Pertanian, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Program Pasca Sarjana. 418 dosen yang berpengalaman dan aktif dalam sejumlah penelitian di bidang ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, sosial, dan budaya. Universitas Siliwangi siap menyelenggarakan proses pendidikan yang bermutu dan berdaya saing global, serta didukung dengan didirikannya unit penunjang akademik layanan uji kompetensi, mampu mengantarkan para mahasiswa menjadi lulusan berkualitas bagi bangsa dan negara. Untuk menunjang kompetensi keterampilan dan kewirausahaan, Universitas Siliwangi menyediakan fasilitas dan prasarana yang memadai, seperti klinik rawat inap, laboratorium dengan peralatan yang modern dan canggih, fasilitas olahraga, kesenian, rusunawa, dan berwirausaha. Demi memantapkan pelayanan, Universitas Siliwangi terus melakukan pengembangan dan pembangunan di Kampus 1 dan Kampus 2. Bukti bahwa Universitas Siliwangi senantiasa membaca sekaligus menjawab kebutuhan zaman yang terus melaju ke banyak kesempatan dan persaingan, serta menjawab animo besar para calon intelektual yang setiap tahun tidak terbendung ingin menjadi bagian dari sivitas akademika Universitas Siliwangi.
Dengan berbekal pengalaman dan risalah panjang, Universitas Siliwangi sebagai perguruan tinggi terbesar di kawasan Priangan Timur dan menjadi bagian terpenting dalam pembangunan daerah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.